Welcome in everybody to the Open Table live Hypsee event. I hope you had a good Friday. Welcome in everybody to the Open Table live Hypsee event. Welcome in Shiva. Hope you're well. So if you head over to the Hypsee link, it's in the link bio. Should have a 15% discount on the readings. So if you would like to get a reading through Hypsee, you can do that, or you can do $1 a card. It shows that no one's watching, but apparently you're in the chat, so I don't know what is going on with YouTube. But that's just par for the course at this point. So I figure I'll start off with a little bit of a collective. Maybe start off with some oracle cards. Just to fill in the time so everybody can get in. So $5 for the $5 hauler, I guess you can say. Just a quick reading. Donations to my PayPal are greatly appreciated. The description box. If you become a member, you get dibs on a message. So members, you have dibs on a message for the evening if you'd like one. Super chats with a question or a super sticker for a message. Just a general message. Depending on your donation will determine the cards. It's $1 a card to start with. Or you can, again, order a reading over at Hypsee. The discount should be, the pre-order discount should be available right now. I'm going to wait about 30 minutes until I activate that event. And we'll go from there. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you all had a good day. I've been hearing some flooding going on down in the States. I hope everybody's okay. Well, there we go. We got 3 people watching. So I'm going to start off with a little collective to let people get in here and settle in. Spirit, what's the message, overall collective message for this evening? What's the overall vibe? Okay, so the Magician in reverse. There's some sort of manipulation going on. Some fuck shit magic, I guess. The Page of Pentacles on its side. So somebody's manipulating some sort of message to come forward. Some sort of support. Typical. 4 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. The Queen of Swords in reverse. Ace of Wands, 2 of Cups. Five of Cups. So somebody's not getting a new beginning, that's for sure. Their whole idea of this new passionate beginning is blowing up in their face by the looks of it. Somebody's being very strategic. Somebody's very, very vindictive. This could be a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy, feminine. Yeah, Gemini, Lovers, and Ace of Pentacles. I don't know, collective. Seems a little weird. Somebody's definitely lurking. Trying to thwart some sort of new beginning. Trying to keep support from coming forward. It's either that or there's just a pathological liar. Lady narcissist. Queen of Swords. This is somebody that's very cutthroat. In the reverse, anyway. Somebody very cutthroat, very much a liar. And it's looking like there's the Ace of Wands here and there's 2 of Cups. So there's some sort of a not so happy union. Somebody's trying to manipulate some sort of support from coming forward. But I think it's blowing up in her face because the 5 of Cups is here with the 7 of Swords. So what this is telling me is this person is being extremely sneaky. And I think it's blowing up in her face with the Ace of Wands in reverse. She had this idea about having some sort of a connection, a relationship. And it was all basically for the money. And with the magician card here, it's all manipulation. She tried to manipulate it. So I'm not too sure if this is a Gemini. Like, I don't want to be sitting here talking shit about the Geminis all the time. Like, the karmic ones, yeah, they're unhinged. But, like, I don't want to be sitting here talking about them all the time. So this could very well be somebody that's just lie to themselves quite a bit. Then again, like, it doesn't have to be an air sign. But there's definitely some sort of manipulation happening. Now, the lovers, it is Gemini energy, I have to admit. So, like, it's being very clear and concise. And as much as I don't want to think it's a Gemini, I have a feeling that it is. But they're being very strategic and sneaky about this whole thing. Page of Cups and the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, in the reverse. So they're coming in with some sort of an apology because they want to get in and siphon some more. They're energetically tied to you somehow, and you might have released some sort of tie, some sort of connection, some sort of cord. And now they're trying to come back in and reconnect. Spirit saying something about she's needing help. She needs help with something. And Spirit saying something about the fact that you don't got it to give. Like, you can't bleed blood from a stone. You could very well be trying to get back on your feet again. Right? Welcome in, kitty cat. Welcome in, Georgina. So, tell me more about this magician in the reverse. The Chariot. So there very well could have been something with your vehicle, or there could be something to do with the fact that the Chariot, like, not wanting you to move forward. What is the Page of Pentacles? The Ace of Cups. So they don't... Oh, so it's really kind of feeling like a binding. They're trying to bind themselves financially, energetically, and the Ace of Cups comes out. So they're trying to bind... They're trying to bind whoever it is here to keep them from finding love. What's the Queen of Swords? Reverse. What's the Queen of Swords reversed? The Three of Swords. Yeah. So she's trying to remove herself from some betrayal. What's the Ace of Wands reversed? Ace of Wands reversed. The Ten of Cups. Something to do with family. What's the Two of Cups? What's the Two of Cups? Two of Cups. I don't think she wants this message out. Five of Swords. So she wants to reconcile, to come in and act like a relationship. There's definitely some sort of aspect of a relationship. Page of Cups in the reverse now. Okay, so what's the Ace of Cups? The Death card and the Three of Cups. And the Star. So they're trying to remove any type of hope of celebration. Wild. Trying to remove all hope of some sort of celebration, or you meeting people that are going to see you, they're equally yoked emotionally. They're trying to bring a death to that. And the Star, healing, hope, for the Ace of Cups. What's the Five of Cups? The World. Yeah, they want it. They're trying to bring some sort of sadness, so that way you don't level up. Seven of Swords. This dumbass bitch is relentless. She won't get the fuck out of my readings. Yeah, the Hangman. Seven of Swords. Literally trying to throw rocks and hide their hands. Trying to sabotage and have you hung up. Lovers. The Eight of Swords. Ace of Pentacles. The Queen of Wands. Oh, so this is somebody being paid off. It's either somebody's paid off or somebody's going to be bringing in some sort of money or something. Now, this could be a Cancer over here, manipulating. Some sort of broken heart, ill support. Or maybe this Cancer doesn't want to support this Queen of Swords anymore. They're trying to remove themselves from the betrayal. Maybe they're connected somehow in this unaliving of a starseed. They don't want you leveling up, so they're trying to create sadness so you don't level up. They're being very strategic as to how to sacrifice you, or have you in turmoil and have you in a very, you know, having to, you know, sacrifice quite a bit in order to keep moving. The Lovers and the Eight of Swords, it's to somehow entrap you, but it's a no-go. Maybe the Queen of Swords is in sadness because her strategies aren't working. She's getting hung up for it. Maybe she had hope and it's dying off, and she's not leveling up. Could very well be there's a Queen of Wands here paying her off, or there's a Queen of Wands getting some sort of money. Either way, the Ace of Pentacles is clarified with the Queen of Wands. Or it could be just you, and you could just be tapping and nurturing your intuition, stepping into your magic. But I really feel this Queen of Swords is getting caught up. This Queen of Swords and quite possibly this Cancer. They're getting caught up. And I really feel like they're working together. They thought it was, they thought they were going to take your spiritual inheritance. That's what it's looking like. And it's blowing up in their face. Welcome in, Renee. Some people's children, collective. Some people's children. Alright, so if I do have any members here, Kitty and Renee, if you'd like a message, you can interrupt me at any time. On my open tables, it's all for you guys. So if you guys want a message, it's $1 a card. But for the members, you get a free message this evening. I got you, Kitty. It's included in your membership. What's going on for Kitty Cat? The King of Swords is hanging on for dear life over there. What's going on? Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, masculine energy. Could very well be an authority figure. Page of Cups and the Two of Pentacles. And the Ace of Swords. So something about some sort of lies or deception or a botched way forward, movement forward, clarity moving forward. So this would be moving into a fog, moving into a confusion, moving into some sort of unknown territory with this. Okay, so that very well could be a situation. And then we've got the Page of Cups here, unapologetic, no emotion, no emotions in a particular message. This is a message, a very cold message. There's no emotions whatsoever, so it's not like it's an apology or anything. This message could very well be delayed as well. Two of Pentacles. This is about finding some sort of balance. This is definitely some sort of partnership. Inquisition of a partnership. It's definitely balance. It's definitely a collaboration of some sort. But there's definitely truth here. There's definitely clarity. There's definitely something here. Unapologetic. Balance and support. Okay? This is very sweet, to the point. But there's definitely some sort of something here between a connection. All right, I don't know how that resonates with you there, Kitty. But we have the Ten of Cups. This could be someone in the family, about something in the family. We got the King of Pentacles here on the top of the deck. So there very well could be something regarding that. There's definitely some sort of toxic wish fulfillment. So this could be a lot of something to do with the Ten of Cups and the Ace of Swords. So there could be a possibility that this is like supposed to be more of an emotional wish fulfillment. I feel that Ten of Cups is more of a love relationship, more emotional love relationship, rather the Ten of Pentacles is more family oriented. Okay. So this could very well be a love relationship regarding a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. It's unapologetic, but we'll look into this for you. Ace of Swords, the Knight of Wands, okay, Page of Cups, Ten of Wands. Somebody wants to heal and they want to stop fighting. They don't want to put the burdens down. They want to heal them. But they don't want to apologize, by the looks of it. Two of Pentacles. The Wheel of Fortune. So they want to balance out the misfortune that's going on with the situation. King of Swords. It's the King of Swords. King of Swords. Somebody took fast, quick action to lie about something. Four of Swords. So there's a King of Swords either bringing rest or being put to rest. Or trying to find rest. Or needs to rest. What's the overall situation here? The Hierophant and the Seven of Cups. So there's... Maybe... Is this vibing with you at all? That so fits? Okay. Because I've got not a clue at this point. Is there anything else to this message for Kitty that she needs to know? The Empress. So I'm feeling you're in this Empress energy. Trying to make do. Trying to bring yourself out of a tower. Okay. What else? The Two of Swords reversed, having a hard time making a decision because it's the divine decision. And they're going to, there's some sort of divine way forward. There's a divine mission. There's something that you're being called to do, place where you're called to go. You could very well be, the divine is maybe edging you to go to the authorities, quite possibly. Ten of Cups reversed, Eight of Wands reversed, and King of Wands reversed. So there's some sort of love offer being stopped in its tracks with the King of Wands. Ten of Cups in reverse. I'm really picking up that I don't know, I've got some sort of personal undertones with this reading, Kitty, to be honest. I'm kind of vibing with it too. The Eight of Pentacles. There's definitely defamation of character here. Somebody's trying to make you out to be somebody that you're not. There's lies and deception. The Knight of Wands is someone, and the fire with the King of Wands and the Knight of Wands, it's like the same thing. With the Ten of Cups in the reverse, the Eight of Wands and the King of Wands, I don't know. Alright, I'm just going to come out and say it. Is somebody jealous of the fact that you hanging out with me, that you're hanging out with me on the channel and all that? Like somebody thinking that I'm a homewrecker? Because I'm no homewrecker. But your son's a Scorpio too, So, like, where's the fire sign? Who's the fire sign? Aries, Leo, Sag. It's either that or it's just somebody in their anger. They're pissed off. They're ready to burn a bridge down. The Knight of Wands is very fast action oriented, very intentional, but it's the Ace of Swords here. Like, so, it's looking like somebody's being made out to be a liar, taking brass actions, being very extremely stubborn. The Ten of Cups, it's absolutely a no-go, Joe. Is the kind of feeling I'm getting with this. With the Ace of Wands in the reverse, this is not happening. Eight of Wands is usually a lot of different ideas coming through. It's a lot of different fast forward movement coming in. It could be connections. It could be communications. It could be some sort of action oriented. But there's something here about the Hierophant and the Seven of Cups. It's about an overwhelm. It's about the bridging of a connection and keeping overwhelm and like higher self, higher connection, divine connection. This talks a lot about divine timing as well. Really relying on your higher power, having a higher sense of mind. And the Seven of Cups is a lot of different emotional offers. But with it on its side, it's like putting it to rest. It's kind of like sitting on the fence as to whether or not it's the right side up or the upside down, right? The Seven of Cups, right side up, is a lot of overwhelming options coming in. Sometimes it can be looked at as a good card. This could be from the divine. But in the reverse, it's more or less focusing on yourself and blocking out the noise, where this is you're kind of overwhelmed by all the emotions and what have you. And then the Hierophant here, this could be a Taurus individual, overwhelmed of the Hierophant at rest. So this could very well be a Taurus being put to rest. The Death card is not out here, but with it being on its side, it could be some sort of spiritual connection or commitment. Well, I'm no homewrecker. I'm all for healing a situation. I'm all for open communication. I'm all for being loyal to your partner. I'm all for being, being supportive. I'm all for that. I'm all for open communication and being honest and working through the relationship, working through your differences, being on the same page, knowing what you bring to the table, right? Being transparent with the connections that you have, being honest, being genuine, having some sort of an integrity with the connection, not wasting people's time, not sabotaging their life, not trying to hold them back, right? So if they didn't necessarily like me watching, doing my live here and calling me a home wrecker or whatever else the case, that's a them problem. It's really a them problem. But I really don't see anything good about it. They're trying to heal something without an apology. They don't think that they need to apologize. But they want to apparently come in and talk truth to put things to rest. Because I think since you've left, they're going through it. They're trying to bring balance to a situation. Because they're definitely not feeling good enough. They're trying to balance out the fact that they weren't good enough. That they've literally got nothing to offer. And there's just misfortune. So, I don't know. But this Ace of Swords in here, there's definitely lies and deception. It's like, I don't know. You're just up here trying to rest, trying to move forward, guided by the divine, trying to get yourself out of a tower. So, it is what it is. You know, if you would take accountability, if you would take accountability, if you guys would work together, if you guys would, you know, see what you guys could put on the table and go from there. And even have, you know, your son be in on that too. But hopefully the relationship that you have with your son has gotten a lot stronger. Hopefully it's become a lot better for you. What the hell's going on there? Oy, oy. Anyway. That's good. Okay. So, who else do we have here? Renee, if you'd like a message. Michael, if you'd like a message. Any members that would like a message. I'm going to start off with you guys. The Hypsee link is up and running, so if you hit the link in the description box, if you want to go order a reading, the 15% off pre-order is available. It's only going to be available until 10 o'clock. It's 9:40 right now, so you have 20 minutes to go put your order in for a reading. Oh, thank you, Kitty. Very much appreciated. Spirit, can you give me a better message for, yeah. Just give me a minute, Renee. Can I get some hope for Kitty? Give her a message of hope, please. And I'll get right to you there, Renee. And the cards are talking tonight, so it should be a good night. Two of Cups and the Knight of Wands in the reverse. The Hanged Man in reverse. The Four of Pentacles in reverse. The Temperance reversed. The Fool reversed. Oh, that's so much hope. I don't know if you're interested in somebody right now. This person could very well be younger than you. Not by much, but quite possibly you might be flirting. It could be. Either way, I wouldn't bother. Okay, this person is nothing but chaos. This person's definitely going to give you a run for your money. I'm really picking up on a Sagittarius. And the only reason why I say that is because they tend to come in and fuck shit up and run away again. Not all Sagittarius are like that, but the karmic ones are. And considering there's the Knight of Wands here, Two of Cups in reverse, The hangman in reverse, so they're getting a new perspective. The Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles reversed. Why am I drawing a blank? Four of Pentacles. This is about giving chaos. Being overgiving, people-pleasing. Temperance in reverse. This is chaos. Things are not aligned. They're not in alignment. There's no alchemy. If it is, it's dark alchemy. The Fool in reverse. We're talking about a cloudy mind. Overthinking a new beginning. Overthinking a new possibility. Getting a new perspective. It's almost kind of giving me giving kind of love bombing, causing chaos and confusion. So I don't know what is encouraging about this for you there, to be honest. Spirit, what in the actual hell's going on? I cleanse this space. I rebuke and erase and remove any chaotic energy. I rebuke it. And Spirit, like, keep my messages out of the fucking swing here tonight. Okay? I'm doing this for my collective. Thanks. All right, Renee. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers and your toes. Let's see. What's going on with Renee? The Sun. That's a good card. All right, we're off to a great start. Okay, Two of Swords. Okay. That's all right. The Six of Swords and the Three of Pentacles. So there's definitely some sort of collaboration coming in. This is a divine collaboration, I think, because the Two of Swords, people talk a lot about indecision, right? And Two of Swords is an agreement between two people. And it is a collaboration. It is, it very well could be you and your higher self. Okay? It could be you and the divine. And the fact that you're having to rely on your other senses due to the fact that you have a blindfold on, right? So it's almost like you're going through a senses test, right? And you've been given a sword. You've been given two swords, right? So to have a blindfold on and to be able to wield those swords correctly, right? You would have to have all senses honed in, right? You'd have to be tapped in order for that to happen. It's a type of decision that you cannot make just by visual, just by looking, just by seeing what's in front of you. You got to go and use your other senses. So it's your intuition, it's your empathy, it's your discretion, it's your discernment, it's your self-respect, right? It's your gut instinct, it's your intuition, it's your ability to show compassion or use discernment on who you show compassion to, right? Now, in the reverse, this is, I feel, this isn't a decision that you can make using your senses. It's out of your hands, right? It's almost as if you're in limbo waiting for the other person to make a decision because it's in their court. It's out of your court, right? So a lot of the times I feel that with this, you are having to wait on the divine to make a decision in order to implement something, okay? With the Two of Swords. So I like to take it to a divine aspect. You can take it to a partnership aspect with your higher self, with the divine, with whatever you tend to rely on, lean on, kind of tap in with. Okay? It could be a partner if you're reliant on a particular person. But it's about not having the information. It's not necessarily lies between a partnership, but there's definitely not all the information is known at this time. We got the Six of Swords. This is talking about lessons. It's talking about uh, elevation. It's talking about being in a storm. It's talking about moving to calmer waters through the experience of that storm. It's almost divinely led that you're in the boat, but the boat is divinely being directed, kind of like a sailboat by the wind. So with it being on its side, this talks about kind of in limbo, right? Because the Six of Swords in reverse, we're talking about weathering the storm, learning how to adapt to the storm. And it's a lot about not being honest with yourself about the environment that you're in, right? You kind of got your rose-colored glasses on, you're just kind of enduring, you're just kind of in this energy of like, okay, you're just kind of grinning and bearing it. But at this point, you're at a precipice. You're in the precipice on kind of on the fence of enduring it and walking away. And I think you're at a threshold, you're at the end of a cycle, okay? And I feel that by you tapping into the divine and waiting on the divine to make that decision, and with the Three of Pentacles, this is about stability, this is about collaboration with more than one person. So this could be you, your higher self, and the divine. And it could be with other people. It could be divinely orchestrated connection or collaboration, right? And with the Sun here, this is one of the happiest cards in the deck, right? This is a boy with his horse, and he's having the time of his life. You know, dreams come true. They can happen to you if you're young at heart, kind of deal. However, with this, the Sun, if you stay in too long, you kind of get burned, right? It's also talking about revelations. It also talks about revelations that may sting, right? It very well could be that it might sting a little bit, but it'll set you free to some degree. But definitely there's something being revealed that ultimately could be overwhelming, but it's something that you won't be able to look beyond because it's like shining bright. It's right there in front of your face, right? So depending on the revelation or the reveal of that situation, it's all going to be revealed is what it is, right? Whether or not you're going to learn the lesson and adapt to what you're dealing with or move on is in question, but it's up to the divine, I feel, to help you with some sort of collaboration, right? We got the Six of Cups, and that's in the reverse. So this is about moving forward, not being nostalgic, not looking back to the past. And it's almost as if you've done the work. You've alchemized the past. You've empowered yourself to the point where you're like, you know what? Kick rocks. I'm out. Peace. Kind of energy. And the Strength card on the top of the deck. So this is talking about you empowering yourself. You are finding strength in yourself that you didn't think you had. This is definitely stepping up into your warrior, the warrior-esque kind of energy. So this is good energy. So you're just kind of like waiting on the divine to make a choice. You're kind of unsure though. You're kind of unsure as to whether or not you need to take action. There's the King of Wands here. It's like you're having to stand in your masculine. Because I believe you're a Sag. I think you're a Sag. But the King of Wands, this could very well be you. But you're having to stand in your masculine. So you're standing on your intentions. You're not nurturing them anymore. You're kind of guarding them now. You're in that warrior-esque kind of energy now. Okay, is there anything else for Renee regarding this? The Nine of Pentacles. This is about independence. So somebody's going to come in and help you with your independence. Finding your independence. So this isn't even about walking away. It's about finding your independence. And I feel like there's some sort of self-sabotage that could be happening. The Empress in reverse and the Justice on its side. So this is where, all right, what's all this about, Spirit? So there's a Queen of Pentacles in the reverse and the Nine of Swords. So this is where you're learning to stop being a people pleaser and be a little bit more selfish. And honestly, that's not a bad thing. Okay? Nine of Swords, you're finding out the truth after all you've been through. You're going after what they said you couldn't have is what I'm picking up on. And this is the whole independence aspect of it all. And with the Justice card here out on its side, it's like you really don't give a fuck what they think. You didn't ask them a damn thing. You know, you didn't ask even for they're facing major judgment. Like, you didn't ask them their opinion, and they somehow have one. King of Wands and the Nine of Wands. You're getting the upper hand. Okay? Like, it's really kind of giving me with this Justice card on its side. It's like, fuck around and find out and see what happens. And you got the Ace of Wands coming out. Or no, Five of Wands. Okay, so there's conflict. You're almost at the point where you're like saying no to this relationship and you're ready to throw hands. And quite possibly roast some marshmallows. So Queen of Swords. Don't lie to get by. I think you know that. Page of Pentacles in reverse. You got no spoons left. Mainly because of the conflict. They're trying to prevent your healing. So they're trying to sabotage your healing. They're trying to take you out of your empowerment. Right? And they don't want you getting any support. They don't believe you're worthy of healing. They don't believe you're worthy of walking away. They don't feel you're worthy of any type of truth. You're not allowed to nurture your truth. The audacity of nurturing your truth. You're not allowed to do that. Sorry. According to them. As if they have an opinion that literally has no weight anymore. Like, whoever this is, they just need to sit the fuck down. Like, sit the fuck down. Take a breath. Whoever this is. Or anything else for Renee? The Seven of Pentacles. The Ace of Swords. So, There's something here about all of this work to try to walk away, and they're going to try to they're going to try to sabotage it. They see that you're investing in yourself to raise your frequency, and they're trying to get you to self-sabotage. So they very well could be trying to get you to lash out. They're trying to get you to react out of character. It's really given reactive abuse. And they're creating a lot of head fog and a whole bunch of confusion here with your way forward. They're just basically making all your healing and you trying to prepare to walk away and be dependent, like independent, totally insignificant. Like your healing, your movement forward, all of this shit, it just does not matter to them. And if they could thwart it, if they could slow it down, and if they could just end it all together, it'd be awesome. Because then you would be suffering. And this is why I say they can go and fucking kick rocks. Yeah, Eight of Swords in the reverse. You're not trapped. And you know that now. You know that now. And I think it petrifies them that you know that now. They notice the change. The Fool, you're taking a leap of faith in a new direction. And they don't fucking like it. Too bad for them. The Emperor, the Chariot. Really? Page of Pentacles. And the Death card. So they're trying to put to rest of your independence. They want to kill that out. The fact that you know the truth. The fact that you're you're pulling your energy back. The fact that you're being a little selfish. This is a healthy selfish, okay? You've dealt with a lot. And the Emperor here. So they don't want you standing in the leadership position, taking a lead, being the main character. They're trying to sabotage it. So just stand in your power anyway. Literally, stand in your power and show them how it's done. Show them how fucking successful you can be, Renee. Okay? Show them how successful you can be. And yeah, they're going to create some challenges for you along the way. But ultimately, as you work through it, they're just basically going to make you an absolute badass warrior. You'll be wearing war paint by the end of it. Right? And you'll have your hair slicked back. And you'll have some sort of like swords hanging off the side of your waistband. And you'll probably have a katana in your back pocket. You know, like fuck around and find out kind of energy. Kind of like a Rambo, but a female. Like a Terminator kind of situation. That's kind of what I'm picturing. But anyway. Is there any message that, any questions that you'd like me to answer? Or did I pretty well cover it? If there's any other members here that would like a message, Maureen there, welcome in. Maureen, there's an Ace of Pentacles here for you. It popped out when I called your name. So there's definitely something here. But you don't have any hope or something. Ten of Swords. going on with Maureen? The King of Pentacles in reverse, the Ten of Swords, and the Nine of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles in reverse. What? That went south. So there's a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn having second thoughts about some sort of end to something. There's a Nine of Pentacles. There's some sort of a reliance, dependence. Page of Wands, manipulation. Two of Cups. Two of Pentacles in the reverse. So this relationship is unbalanced. Oh, thank you, Renee. Thank you, Maureen. So this relationship maybe that your son is in right now isn't cutting it. Somebody's misjudging somebody. What's going on with Maureen? The Hierophant, Page of Wands, the Magician, the Four of Pentacles. I don't know, Maureen. What the hell's going on? There's definitely something about no commitment. There's definitely some sort of delayed action coming in. There's definitely some sort of siphoning with the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Energetically or financially dependent. King of Pentacles in the reverse, a lot of unbalanced energy. Ten of Swords, ending out a situation. Overthinking the ending out of a situation of imbalance due to some sort of energy siphoning and a manipulation of some sort of higher commitment. Imbalance within a Two of Cups, within either self, within the masculine and feminine energy, or within a dynamic or in a choice of collaboration. Two of Cups, Two of Pentacles. So there's definitely some sort of love. It's kind of like a love-work relationship. It's not working. You don't mix business with pleasure. There's no business with the pleasure. And with the Magician here and the Four of Pentacles on its side, this is like equal give and take, and manifestations kind of sitting on the fence. So it could be borderlining on manifestation or manipulation of the giving and receiving and the connection and the foundation of finances. Does this vibe with you at all? Make sense to you? Because I can throw you some other ones if this don't. For Maureen, your son is a fool. Okay, well then I guess that makes sense. Pray tell, what's the deal here? What's the scoop? Tell me something good. For Maureen. Leave her son out of it. Let's talk about Maureen. The High Priestess. Now I'm talking. Now we're talking. What about the High Priestess? Ooh, the Knight of Wands. Are you a cougar? No, I'm just kidding. You like the young fellas? The Knight of Pentacles, the Eight of Cups. More the medicine woman. Okay. Page of Pentacles. What's going on, Spirit? All right, so it could very well be that you are calling back your power, you're standing in your power, you're listening to your intuition, and then you're questioning it. It's got you all trapped up in your head about moving forward, and all you got to do is just take the first step and move forward one step at a time. Very methodical, okay? And as you do that and as you experience it, you can transmute it, alchemize it as you go. From the Knight of Pentacles of moving forward, we've got the Eight of Cups. So this is about emotional, to some degree, it's an emotional overwhelm, and it's a realizing that it's something about walking away, because you've got too many irons in the fire, you've got too much on your plate, and you're just wanting to go on and see new horizons. Like, you're done with all of what you're carrying emotionally, right? With the Page of Pentacles, this is something speaking on that you got literally nothing left to give. Right? And like, it's really kind of given you got no spoons left. So you're calling back your power, but you're kind of questioning it. The Six of Wands. You're headed towards some sort of success, victory. You're like, I don't got no time for this. The Eight of Pentacles. You got shit to do. You're focused on something that you care about. You're focused on your gifts. You're focused on what matters to you. You're focused on what you want to dedicate your talent to, right? And you're changing the way that you show compassion and pour into other people with the Five of Cups in the reverse, right? You're no longer in sadness. You're no longer just constant change of your emotions. You want to kind of hone in on what the hell it is. You're being the main character within your emotional sphere, right? You're taking control of the changes that are being made, more so rather than dealing with just going with the flow, going with the whim of emotion. Good stuff. Okay, so is there anything that Maureen needs to know? That was more of a character analysis. We know her character. We know she's a badass. So, like, tell her what she needs to know already. Or maybe you just needed to know that again. Maybe you just need to be reminded. Something that's done in the dark is being revealed. So there's definitely something maybe shady happening behind the scenes. It's going to be revealed to you. I think it's just going to be revealed to you just past this new moon. This new moon is very significant for a lot of people. This could very well be a revealing of what new talents and new gifts of what you're good at with the Eight of Pentacles. And the Seven of Pentacles, something that you're actually wanting to invest in. Something that you're interested in. Something that you're wanting to put your energy into. It's like, this is fulfilling. This is like fulfilling energy. The world. This is about leveling the fuck up, honey. This is beautiful energy. You're finally on the right path. The Six of Wands, right? You're not really doing it for the success. You're doing it for the fulfillment. You're doing it for the level up. You're doing it for the experience. You're doing it for the joy, right? You just go in and work in a particular job for the money compared to one that you enjoy. And maybe a little bit less money, but more joy, right? Is almost better than the one for the more money. Because you're actually getting an inner fulfillment of with what you're doing. You find that you have a bigger purpose, you can make a bigger impact, right? I'm trying to find my displays and storage and my gold. I have to stay calm and not get triggered. Yeah, no kidding. Six of Pentacles. So this is like a one-way street kind of situation. Like you're going down a literal one-way street, and that's okay. You're focused on you, right? It's kind of giving me tunnel vision. It's like it's almost as if nobody's going with you. You're doing this on your own. This is your own deal. I'm really picking up on a very determined energy with this. You're almost tunnel vision on your upgrades. So a newer perspective, right? So you're actually realizing that you know that you can't move forward unless you do this. Unless you be a little bit selfish and you're not necessarily going after the success per se, but more or less the fulfillment. And you're going after what you're good at, right? And you know that your destiny is involved with this. There's a lot of misjudgment that's going to happen. You're going to get a lot of backlash for what you're focusing on. And you know that you're not going to be going anywhere unless you do this. With the Five of Cups, you're having to use discernment, getting a new perspective, not sacrificing as much of your energy and your soul in order to get shit done. You know, you're not sacrificing yourself anymore. You're taking a new look at it. You're just pacing yourself. You're kind of going with the flow. Right? But this is good energy. This is very good energy. I'm getting that there could be a Cancer that's trying to thwart your movement, though. A Cancer individual. But you've already gotten this new perspective. Yeah. But it's like they're trying to thwart your movement. But just be aware of it. It's not going to work. Just be aware of it. Be diligent. Nurture yourself. Focus on you and your emotions. And loving yourself. Pouring into your own cup. Do things you enjoy. Somebody's going to come around and be irate about it, though. They're not happy. You're literally sending them into a hermit mode. You're sending them into isolation. And they're all bitter as fuck. And emotionally inept. They're trying to emotionally manipulate you. They could be trying to emotionally manipulate you into a hermit mode. If you have anybody doing that, block it out. Okay? Block it out. Yeah, somebody's being deceptive about trying to cause you sadness. Somebody's causing you sadness Oh, okay. So somebody's lying. It's like somebody's causing you sadness by not coming in and telling you something that you should actually be knowing. Really. And they're being selfish. What are they not telling about their decisions they're making? About their non-decision? What else are they not telling? The Six of Cups. Oh, okay, so they're basically bluffing. They're bluffing. Trying to cause you sadness and bluff. And they're manipulating. But I think you clocked them because the Queen of Swords is out here and she's all about justice. About moving forward. Ace of Wands. The Sun. She's trying to keep this in the dark. The fact that she's lying on you, causing you sadness, she's trying to keep it in the dark, whoever this is. Page of Wands in reverse, manipulation, about moving forward, not wanting you to make a decision. So they're trying to make you all confused and unclear in your head, so that way you can't tap in and move forward. Yeah, the Chariot in the reverse. And the Three of Swords. I rebuke it and I transmute it into prosperity. Absolutely any ill will, evil eye, baneful magic thrown at me, my tribe, or this live of any sort is automatically, unapologetically transmuted into abundance of prosperity for myself and for my tribe, whoever it's aimed at. Let them win a lottery they didn't even sign up for. And let it be legitimate as fuck. Yeah. Somebody's having a bitter awakening. Somebody's misunderstanding you on purpose. Somebody's having an awakening about some sort of collaboration with the King of Pentacles to bring about some sort of stability. Oh, it was supposed to be... This King of Pentacles is trying to bring about some sort of injustice. Somebody's misunderstanding you on purpose. Somebody's collaborating. This could be a Virgo. Somebody's collaborating with a, quite possibly a Virgo to cause injustice and betrayal. So just be very careful. Mind your manners. It's all because you're speaking the truth and you're moving on. And they don't fucking like it. They're trying to keep something in the dark. There could be a Cancer involved here. There's lying, trying to create sadness, an injustice, an imbalance. They're trying to manipulate the situation, being very immature. They need to kick rocks. Because you're moving on and they're all butthurt about it. Some people's children. The fucking audacity of some of these people. Kick rocks. Do I got any more members sitting in the chat that wants a message? Do you have any questions, Maureen? Are you still in storage trying to find your displays and your gold? I'm seeing some boxes, but I'm seeing a lot of totes, like plastic totes. It's kind of giving me like a 10 by 11 storage unit. That's kind of what I'm picking up and looking at in my brain. It's a type of storage with a light in it. Some storage don't have lights, but yours particularly it does. That's what I'm picking up on. I have to order groceries before work tomorrow. Oh shit. I'm really picking up on a blue and a green tote. I don't know why, but I keep seeing the blue and green tote. A blue tote, and I have a slight difficulty with colors, but it could be either or. A blue tote with a green lid or a green tote with a blue lid. Something along that line. I'm doing like a remote location kind of situation. It's creepy that you know this. The Nine of Wands in reverse. It's up on the loft. Nine of Wands, what's going on? Eight of Wands. Are you trying to find this gold to sell it? Because something tells me you should hold off. You should wait. You want to wear it. Okay. What's the scoop on the displays and the jewelry? Is there anything? The Hierophant. The Lover's on its side. There's a piece of jewelry that you have that was based on a particular commitment that went sour. This particular item is an heirloom. It's been given through particular generations. I don't know if maybe you bought it at a pawn shop or if you had it brought down in your bloodline from person to person to person, like grandmother to grandmother, like grandmother to granddaughter kind of deal. Grandmother or mother to daughter kind of scenario. but something tells me that there's some sort of um, I was kind of getting a curse that was put on this particular piece, but I don't know if it's a curse. It's more, it's not a curse, it's not a hex, it's not, like, it's kind of like an omen. Like this ring, anybody that was married with this ring, particularly, the relationship didn't last. So it's got a bit of an energy, like it's a multi-marital ring. It's weird. I'm just using the ring for an example. It doesn't have to be a ring. It could be a necklace. It could be earrings. It could be a brooch. It could be whatever the case. But it was it was a gift, a wedding gift. I'm really picking up on a wedding gift, and the lovers is here on its side. So it's kind of got an energy where maybe it's like an more maybe it's like an independence ring. Like the reason why I wear this one, I wear my dragon one here, and then I wear the Celtic knot here, because I'm making a commitment to myself, right? So it's kind of like an independence ring kind of situation. And this might not be even pertaining the one that you are looking for or that you want to wear, but it's speaking on something in your possession of this being an independence piece of jewelry, we'll call it. And it's almost kind of it's almost kind of holding you back from any particular commitments because of the energy that it holds. It could be an object of celibacy. That's kind of what I'm picking up on, if that rings a bell at all. Welcome in, Lilith. Elijah, what's going on? How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Hope you all had a good Friday. So I do have a Hypsee event open up tonight. It is still on pre-order. I did say that it was going to be on there till 10 o'clock, and I gave you an extra whole hour. So it's 10:30 now. If you have not went and got your 15% discount yet on the pre-order, this is your last chance. I'm going to hook it up at 10:45. Okay. So you got 15 minutes to go order a reading at 15% off over at Hypsee, if you want to. And I'll do it here on the show tonight. A recorded whatever there's for the live readings there. Otherwise, it's $1 a card. If you want a general message, general reading, it's a super chat, super sticker, either one. Super chat if you have a question. If you just want a general message, it's a super sticker. Donations to my PayPal are also appreciated. trying to have a good Christmas this year. Christmas is not a very good time for me, so it'd be nice to have a miracle happen. It'd be a wonderful thing. I'm okay with working for it. I'll give you a reading. So if you want to order a reading over the holiday season, I am available. If you're having a rough time and you'd rather book a counseling session with me, you can do that too. I will hold space for you. So I will be available over the holiday season for that. If you're having a rough time. The sessions go for $1 a minute, but for your, I think it's your first session, for 30 minutes you get 30% off. For 60 minutes you get 60% off. So the longer you get, the more of a percentage that you get. So there's definitely savings there. And they are holiday savings. The prices are gonna go up moving into January across the board, other than memberships. Memberships will stay the same. I'm gonna also be adding in one more tier for the memberships. It's gonna be the VIP tier. And the VIP tier, I think, is going to be associated with my Patreon. I'm still trying to figure shit out. I haven't went to Patreon with all that much. I don't think I have 100-minute, I don't think I have 100-minute one. I think 60% off is 60 minutes and up. 60% off. So that's the holiday special discount. But the best value, I would say, is becoming a member on YouTube. Because it helps me out on a monthly basis. And, yeah. Little B hasn't popped in yet. I know there was some shit weather going on where she was, so. So I'm going to be throwing the ballots December 21st, winter solstice. You might want to come hang out that night, because if you got a ballot in, chances are that I'm also going to put it into perspective that, the fool, take a leap of faith. I'm also going to put it out there that if there's any possibility that there's somebody that wants to jump on the live with me, and have like a counseling session online. I know that you don't want to necessarily deal with personal stuff, but we can still talk topics that revolve around what you're dealing with. And that would be a members only kind of situation. So you'd have to become a member in order to be eligible for that. To jump on and to, and if you're a reader as well and you want to jump on and do a 2-time in tarot episode, members, you're more than welcome to jump in on that. If you are a reader and you want to do that, it'd be kind of cool to do that again. Steph, she was definitely in on that. She was the first one that I had on 2-time in tarot. I haven't done one of those episodes in quite a while. I should start doing that again. That was fun. So just having a quick cigarette. But if anybody's got some super chats or super stickers, I'd be open to throwing you some cards if you're not a member. I just give members dibs, so to start off with for the evening. Welcome in, Lilith. What's going on with you, my dear? Everything good? Waking up slowly. Two of Pentacles, the Hangman, the Eight of Swords, and the Seven of Swords. Gaining a new perspective, Lilith. Trying to balance things out. You're not as trapped as you think you are. You're getting out of your head. You're being very strategic. Page of Pentacles, yeah, you got nothing left to give on that. You're being strategic as to how to give some sort of bad news. Knight of Cups, trying to be compassionate but kind of overthinking. That's good. Yeah. You're wondering how and where and what you're going to move forward with. You're trying to get out of your head, but you're kind of in your head too. The Page of Cups, but you got no compassion. You got no spoons. Your projects are good to distract yourself with, though, at this time, because you're actually making progress. Trying to sort shit out. It's definitely a good catalyst to kind of distract yourself. It's a positive one. It's a positive way to go about it. Rather than getting distracted with petty little stuff. Not necessarily petty per se, but like distractions that aren't necessarily for your betterment. Like getting all trapped up in your head and being confused. You're just kind of going with the flow. Alright, who's in the chat tonight? Who's watching? Let's do a name roll call. Who's all here tonight? That's good, Lilith. I'm happy for you. Welcome in, Elijah. Welcome in, Stacy. ABQ. I got you. What's the message for ABQ? What's the best message for ABQ? One from the top, one from the bottom. What are they walking away from? Ooh, what are they walking into? Ooh. So you're leveling up and you're being very strategic as to how to do it. You've been through a lot. You deserve this level up. You put a lot of work into something. You lost out on quite a bit in the past. And this is warranting your level up. This is warranting your success. I think you're alchemizing. It's like you've learned some major lessons. You've had no other choice but to conserve your energy. You've had no other choice but to adapt and learn from the experience. And what you're learning is actually making you more resilient. And it's kind of like a natural level up. We got the Four of Swords on the bottom. So things are going to get easier for you. There's some sort of reconciliation. Somebody doesn't want to fight anymore and they want to cut out some sort of betrayal. Third party dynamic. Third party betrayal. Somebody wants a new beginning with you. And they want to be reciprocal. There's definitely some sort of something about reciprocity here. Welcome in, Elizabeth. Elijah, what's going on with Elijah, Spirit? What's going on with Elijah? Alright, so there's somebody either coming in with communication that's going to be revealing something of maybe some sort of collaboration. Could be a Gemini energy about a relationship. They want to collaborate. There's definitely something about coming out of the cold. They want to come out of the cold with you. The Six of Wands. This relationship isn't successful, though. Somebody's being exposed. Something is being exposed. Three of Pentacles. Some collaboration. Two of Cups, relationship-wise. There's definitely some sort of exposure, some failure to this. I don't think it's in your... there's no success in this particular dynamic. Seven of Pentacles, you're basically spinning your wheels. So just be very wary as to who you are making a commitment to. It could very well be they just want to come out of the cold. You might have ghosted this person. It's like somebody wants to try again. I don't know if that makes any sense, but what about Stacy? Message for Stacy. Okay, I'm gonna hook up that Hypsee event. What's going on with Stacy? Six of Wands. Okay. Success, victory. Some sort of healing is going on. Somebody wants to be accountable for what they've done. They want to heal something with you. Heal something what they've maybe said. Knight of Cups. Maybe there was some sort of bitterness here. Somebody was trying to manipulate somebody and cause injustice, imbalance. It very well could be that somebody's coming in with compassion because that was upside down. Yeah, they want to make a commitment. They want to heal something with you. They're not sure as to how to come in though. But this is definitely a commitment where you're not going to be trapped, right? They don't want to leave you all up in your head. They don't want to, they want to release any particular burdens. They want to clear the air. Two of Wands. They want to move through a new direction. They want to move into a new possibility. They want to go through a crossroads with you, or meet at the crossroads. So they want to meet equally yoked, with passion involved. They just don't know how to come in, because I think this is somebody that you maybe walked away from, but they definitely want to bring clarity to some sort of situation. King of Wands. Definitely taking some action. Lots of integrity and compassion and passion in this. It's good energy. Justice. This is justice. Some sort of justice. Knight of Wands. Definitely coming in quick. Very decisive. Seven of Pentacles in reverse though. This is quite there quite possibly could have been a great loss with this. Very much a slowdown. Maybe take this slow. Oh, Death card. Lovers in reverse. Yeah, you might want to slow down. If this comes in, they're going to come in hot. You might need to rein them in a little bit. There could be some sort of manipulation. Very immature action taken. Stand on business. You sacrifice too much for this. You're finally balancing things out. They might want to fight with you on this. They might want to cause you conflict. It's in your destiny to walk away from this. It's about you choosing yourself. Yeah, because they made you feel helpless in the past, and they took away your stability, and you built a strength beyond this. So I think you're gonna clock this. They broke your heart, and they were emotionally tied to you and dependent. Something about an apology on that, and causing chaos to their love relationship because they were too dependent. just just focus and be patient, and don't move too fast on this. It's going to reveal itself. We got the Chariot in the Ace of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles in reverse. You gave too much already on this. But somebody wants to come in. They're not sure as to how they want to come in on this, but they're overthinking it. The Divine says something that you have to alchemize the illusions. So there's definitely deception here. Somebody's really not thinking when they're coming in. But they feel like they need to offer you something. But it's only a small little pentacle. So yeah, the Tower. You're coming out of a really crazy time already. And it's like they want to come in, fuck shit up, and get you all dysregulated. Like, nope. So mind your intuition, mind your discernment. Elizabeth. What's going on with Elizabeth? You could be dealing with the King of Pentacles, Three of Wands, and the Ten of Cups. So be patient with who you're hanging out with. Be patient and kind of work through the chaos that you're dealing with. Somebody's having a hard time showing up for you. Like, it's been a challenge for them to be in this King of Pentacles energy. But something tells me they're doing all they can. So just kind of go with the flow. Be patient. What's the scoop for Elizabeth? Yeah, this is something about building a new perspective through what you've learned throughout this experience, whatever that might mean to you. What's going on? Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, just move slow. Just move slow. What's going on for Elizabeth? Okay. So there is a third-party dynamic here with whatever this is. It doesn't have to be love-related. It could just be meddling, something in the dark. What's the deal? The Nine of Swords. I think you know the truth already. I think the Divine's already told you what's going on. You might just be second-guessing it. Somebody's trying to leave you in the dark. The Divine's saying take a leap of faith. Go in a new direction with whatever this is. Because this is just... The Spirit's saying something about the fact that you've seen the red flags already. You just got to stop questioning it. They're not pretty little decorations. They're shit to pay attention to. The Divine's trying to tell you something. Right? Somebody's trying to leave shit in the dark. Whoa. You got angels watching over you, and you need to call your power back. Elizabeth, did you get that message? You need to call your power back. You're dealing with some sort of betraying piece of shit. Doesn't necessarily have to be a relationship. It could be a work dynamic. It could be some sort of just people in your family or your friend group or something in that process. Anybody having any connection issues? Because it was kind of scrolling over here a little bit ago. It seems to be okay. So the Hypsee event is open and rocking. So the table is open. We got the ballot coming in on the 21st. These savings are for the holidays, and then my prices are going up as of January 1st. So get the readings while you can. I think there's only 2 more Fridays, I think, in the calendar. So 2 more Fridays, 2 more, I think. That's the case. Where you can take advantage of those savings on an open table night. And I think after the new year, it'll be $5 a reading to start with. It won't be $1 a card anymore. You might want to rewind, Elizabeth. I did you a little reading. If you've been watching the whole time, then I wouldn't worry about it, because you probably got it all, but you might want to rewind. But yeah. I don't remember it, so you'll have to rewind it. Something about taking a leap of faith in a new direction because you're dealing with somebody that's trying to keep in the dark about some sort of betrayal, third party. I don't know if it's a relationship, I don't know if it's a friendship, but there's definitely some sort of heartache regarding it. You could have already dealt with it. You could be having red flags. Yeah, it's all coming back. It's all flooding back to me now. So you could be having red flags pop up and smack you in the side of the head, saying, hey, you, pay attention. Which, yeah, you'd probably be good to pay attention. They're not pretty little Christmas decorations. They're something of a warning that you need to pay attention to. Although it might seem small, on the larger scale of things, the little things make up and add up to something bigger, right? So pay attention. That's all. Okay, so can I get an oracle for Renee? What does she need to focus on right now? Patience and gentleness. You want to start into this warrior attitude and put your warrior boots on. Be patient. Be gentle. Kitty cat, are you still here? Let's see. Growth. You're in a growth period right now. Maureen. Adventure. You're moving into a sense of adventure. Elijah. You may be questioning guidance at this time, and I think it's good to question guidance. If it feels right, I would be encouraged to expand your awareness. Otherwise, eliminate fears and become a whole new person. You're guided and protected. You may be questioning that because your sense of peace is being challenged at this time. Let's see about Lilith. What's the scoop for Lilith? Loyalty. Yet you may be feeling like those around you let you down and are not doing their fair share. This comes as a reminder that loyalty exists and you must not settle for anything less. You deserve better than mixed signals. Haven't you heard that already before? Strength. The bear, so be strong. The bear symbolizes a source of support in times of difficulty and adversity. May be time for you to stand for your beliefs and your truth with strength and confidence. You are free to roam at will and follow your path. Who else wants an oracle? Throw in the chat. If you're still here, if you didn't bounce on out. Right? Independence. Focus on your independence. Anybody else want a oracle? It is an open table. I can give an oracle. It's so quiet. What's going on, guys? Usually the chats are hopping. How about for Marine? Inner strength. You may be facing a challenge you feel less than prepared for. This is a reminder that you have all the tools in your spiritual treasure chest to handle this effectively. Take a step back and try to look at it with fresh eyes. Focus on balance. You're being told that hard work is important, but so is quality time with your loved ones. The balance between family and career must be maintained for overall wholeness and success. Adaptability. The dragonfly is a symbol of light and change. It is a reminder that it is reminding you to bring a bit more lightness and joy into your life in order to bring about the changes needed to reach your full potential. Approach things lightly. Mystery, productivity. The bobcat teaches you that there is true power and strength in silence and patience. In order to get what you want, you must be willing to plan, adapt, above all, have the patience to see your dreams manifest. It is time to examine your productivity. Disorganization and indecisiveness may be causing you to miss opportunities. Take a moment to prioritize your goals and get a clear view of how to get to where you want to go and what it will take what it will do to take you to get there collectively. Destiny swapping is a bunch of bullocks as far as I'm concerned. You must pay attention to the signs around you. The transition may be frightening at first, but you must let go of old habits and patterns that no longer serve your higher calling. They would hinder your growth. And the reason why I feel that the destiny swapping is a bunch of bullocks is mainly because your destiny is your destiny. Somebody else's destiny is somebody else's destiny. Okay? In order to do any particular manipulation to that destiny, you're talking about baneful magic. You're talking about ridding somebody of their free will. Okay? And as we do know, that takes in some major backlash. So anybody out here trying to destiny swap, you're messing with shit that you should not be even considering. I'm gonna just say that right now. Okay? It really shows what type of individual you are to do that, or to even consider it. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And if you're doing any particular endeavors to even consider destiny swapping, I'll just let you know that it's going to blow up in your face. It will always blow up in your face. Specifically when you are trying to manipulate the divine against somebody's will. And if these imbeciles actually think that they're going to destiny swap, they're basically faced with an illusion of what it would be, not knowing that it's literally sacrificing their own. Anybody that's caught destiny swapping ends up in purgatory. Okay. Thank you, Lilith. Anybody and everybody that chooses to destiny swap will end up in purgatory. You might as well you might as well consider it you selling your soul to some degree. So as real as it is, as real as people might think it is, it's really not that real. Because what's meant for you is meant for you. Now the thing is you do tend to emulate the people that you hang around with. So you are what you are what you eat. You are who you hang around with. There's definitely something about an emulation of you tend to emulate people, right? Monkey see, monkey do. It's a subconscious trait mechanism. Tell me good things this time. Don't PTSD me with reading headaches. Well, it did show that you were kind of in a broken-hearted kind of energy. Maybe you're dealing with the alchemy of the broken heart. Maybe you're finally taking the moment to look at it. Maybe you're losing compassion for somebody. But I did get a feeling of healing, because it was the Ace of Cups and it was in the reverse. It did show itself when I was saying your name earlier. So I do feel that you're in the process of healing. You're in a transition period. So it's good. You're showing up for yourself, which is good. I'm proud of you. It's not easy. Not easy looking into it. Get you some cards. What's going on with Lilith? What's her best blessed message? Ooh, eight of Wands. Okay. Something's coming in hot, whatever that might be. Ooh, Chariot. Hurry up and wait. Dial up internet. Maybe significant. Page of Pentacles. Somebody's coming in with some sort of good news. It's going to stop you in your tracks. It's coming in hot. Okay. The Queen of Wands reversed. Oh, okay. So it's going to piss you off. What? Maybe it's something about a vehicle, a car. I'm picking up on a recall. And it's something that you're going to walk away from. You're moving away to calmer waters. Okay. You're pissed off that you have to make a commitment. I don't know if this is even a thing, but what's this all about, Spirit? The Ten of Cups, okay. There's quite possibly a Cancer coming in if it's not about your car. Two of Pentacles. A Cancer individual that's pissing you off, or it's you feeling kind of disingenuous for moving forward, maybe with a commitment, because you see it as chaos, the way that they maybe show up. And this is something that you're like, no, I'm better on my own. You're walking away from it. Yeah, you're like, peace out. Page of Cups in the reverse. You got no spoons for this one. Two of Cups. The Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, be selfish. Be mad, be selfish. You're allowed. Two of Pentacles, yeah, be selfish because they're just bringing imbalance in. It's just dumb. Yeah, again, they're just trying to dysregulate you. Fuck. Bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Bum, bum. Give me a better message than this. Let's give some hope to Lilith, huh? What's going on? All right, so you're leveling up and you're coming out of the cold. That's a good thing. The Three of Cups. You're cutting out the third-party bullshit, which is awesome. You're cutting out the drama. Seven of Wands. You're throwing away the helplessness. You're throwing away the fact that you can't stick up for yourself, that you can't stand on business. You're throwing that away. You're empowering yourself. Ace of Pentacles. You're focusing on a new foundation. You're focusing on, there's definitely something here about the divine giving you a gift. There's some sort of gift coming in. They're going to orchestrate a gift of some sort. Welcome in, Buffy. Yeah, you're definitely healing. So focus on that. Focus on building yourself a new foundation, embracing the change, cutting out the noise. You're not in the arena for any type of commitments right now. Okay? Just focus on you, focusing on your level up. Yeah. So somebody's not happy about the fact that you're leveling up. Somebody's not happy at the fact that you are building a new foundation. You're getting out of the cold. You're cutting out the noise. You're healing. You're not in it for a commitment. And you're just observing. You're just watching. You're observing. You're learning. This could be learning new things. Learning about a new possible direction to take action, to speak on. You're observing to understand rather than, and you're taking a moment, you're taking a pause to reply or react. You're not just autopilot. It's like you're really kind of stepping into this main character vibe of your life, which is beautiful. To where you were very much at the helm of other people. You're more or less standing in your power here. And somebody's trying to take away your healing, your ability to heal. It's like they don't want you to have hope with the star. You may be still dim with your light, so you're needing to brighten yourself up. Have a little bit more hope. You're on the right track. It doesn't happen overnight, so take your time. It's not a rush. Yes, you know what? If you haven't done your healing for the last 2 to 3 years, 5 years, whatever, now is of the essence because of this alignment and the planets and everything coming through, because you are kind of in a rush to get in alignment with this new year coming up. So you still have a couple months to, it's not necessarily moving directly into 2026. So you'll still have January, you'll still have December, the last bit of December and January to kind of work it out. And as long as you're consistent with it, I think you'll be okay. But Spirit's saying something about just take your time. Right? As long as you're getting to it ahead of time and you're getting into the momentum of being valid, being present, and being the main character, I think things are going to be good. What's going on, Buffy? Hope you're doing well. 11:22 on the dial. Can I get some more, Spirit? So yeah, you very well could need to focus on nurturing yourself and kind of clearing out the bitterness. Bitterness is one of the lower vibrationals that really kind of screw up all the avenues. It affects pretty well all the chakras. So it very well could be something you need to focus on alchemizing. And not to say you're bitter, not to say that you're walking around with a chip on your shoulder, but there very well could be past bitterness that you need to release finally. There's definitely something about being in your emotions, and that's part of the deal, right? When you're doing the healing, it's part of the deal. If you're cutting out this whole ability to be emotional and stepping into your feminine, it's definitely needed. It helps clear out the illusion and to see the to see the illusion for what it is. You're not bitter? Oh no, I'm bitter. Oh, okay. No, it took me, after my ex, it took me quite a while to get out of the bitterness. The lovers in the reverse, yeah. I think it's going to be a while before you're in the lovers right side up energy. But ultimately, it can change in a moment's time. But it's all depending on your perspective. It all depends. Like, you can have things happen just like that. Snap of the finger. However, it's the perspective and how you alchemize it. Right? Some of us just want to be mad, and we want to sit in that madness for a little bit. Right? And some of us have had that dynamic for so long, it becomes like second nature. So some of us live in that madness. So when we alchemize it and we snap out of that madness, it's a little bit uncomfortable because we've been in that madness so much. It's like somebody in utter chaos, and then all of a sudden there's no chaos. It's too quiet. And it's kind of giving me like nesting syndrome, where the kids move out of the nest and then it's empty, it's quiet, there's no action, there's no drama, there's no like the empty nest syndrome kind of thing. So it's similar to that, but I don't know if that would apply to you or not. I think it's more or less just trying to alchemize to the fact that you're trying to cut out the noise, and you need to anticipate that it's going to be quiet. It's not going to be as loud, it's not going to be as dramatic, it's not going to be as chaotic when you make these decisions, right? Yeah, exactly. And the thing is as you like, but you have to be up in a higher vibration in order to welcome those new good experiences in, right? You need to heal that within yourself so that way your outer world assimilates to that. Your inner world creates your outer world. So however you're feeling inside is going to show up in your outer world. Right? So, but ultimately, as that happens, as you raise your frequency, new experiences will present themselves. And as you raise your frequency, they will be higher vibrational frequencies. They'll be higher vibrational experiences. And with these experiences, you can reprogram your brain to feel that, okay, maybe everybody isn't ugly with their attitudes and their compassion and their intention after all. You know, maybe there are some good people still left in the world, right? Like going from the point of wanting to give love to someone to giving them love and then spinning your wheels and finding out it was all for nothing, and then finding out you were betrayed or cheated on or whatever the case may be. I'm just throwing this out there as an example. It's hypothetical. And then not ever wanting to have any type of love again because you're so hurt and you're broken, da 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 da, to alchemizing that, to healing that, to getting back into this love vibration. And it's more or less to fill your own damn cup, not necessarily to be open to new love specifically right off the bat. It's about showing up for yourself first, knowing that you are worthy of that, and you are worthy to give that to yourself, right? And you're not going to turn around and betray you, right? So it's like falling back in love with yourself first in order to open up the possibility to love, just in general. Now, this could be friendship love. This could be familial love. This could be a relationship love. This could be, you know, just love of animals, love of the world, love of life, you know. But I feel that we're going to find fulfillment in that alchemy, right? Even on a personal level. And ultimately, I think that's important. And that's definitely one lesson that I've learned in, let's say, the last year or so. Because I see how the bitterness eats away at people and what it turns them into. And then they sit there and they wonder why things don't change, and it's because they're holding on to their bitterness. And then they bleed out their bitterness onto everyone. That's why it's so predominantly important to move into some sort of a solitude and get into your own energy again before you bring in any other connections. And this is how very toxic people bleed out over time, over people. And this is how heartbreak happens to begin with, because they don't want to look at their own shit. They don't want to alchemize their own bitterness. And they choose to carry around this bitterness and flick it onto everybody else that they have in their energy. And I'm not necessarily saying that this is what you're doing. But this is how toxic dynamics form. This is how toxic dynamics happen. It's because people fail to do the inner alchemy of independence, self-love, integrity, forgiveness, compassion. So some people do it intentionally, some people do it subconsciously and unintentionally. So it all depends. While for Friday night, this is pretty slow. Very, very slow. Like, I'd love it if my channel wasn't throttled and I could get some extra people in here. 10 people on a live. So Spirit wants me to talk about dynamics where you have a relationship. For this particular hypothetical scenario, I'm going to say that it's a love relationship. And a lot of our love relationships, for the most part, in the status quo of things, are based on the need to feel validated, loved, respected, and included, wanted, appreciated, right? Because ultimately we are meant to serve our counterparts to some degree within this relationship, right? There's supposed to be some sort of a loyalty, a devotion, an equal reciprocity kind of situation. And then you have these karmic dynamics where one person has one particular perspective and narrative and intention, and then the other person has maybe a similar narrative or perspective, and then they try to put that on the table. And whether or not there's reciprocity or not, whether or not there's respect, whether or not there's any particular transparency, honesty, communication regarding this dynamic is going to make it or break it. And then you get into the toxic dynamics where there's manipulation involved, and lying and deception, and the integration of third parties, whether it be a familial third party, let's say a parent not is saying that their significant other isn't good enough for them, or otherwise. It could be a kid dynamic where there's kids involved. Maybe the kids don't get along, or the fact that somebody doesn't want to parent kids or have anything to do with the parental kind of dynamic, and the one is a parent, right? So I'm just throwing out different scenarios. But ultimately, what I'm trying to speak on here is that I talk a lot about the karmic and just to walk away and cut your losses and move on. And, to some degree, yes. When you're dealing with abuse, when you're dealing with toxicity, when you're dealing with the triad, when you're dealing with narcissistics, when you're dealing with psychopaths, when you're dealing with very toxic individuals, yes, you definitely want to walk away from that. You do not want to be giving your time of day to that. The ironic thing is, though, these toxic individuals have been heartbroken. These toxic individuals have been used and abused and whatever else throughout time, to where they've lost their empathy, they've lost their heart, they've lost their ability to show compassion and love due to the hurt, due to the darkness. Okay? But the toxic individuals, they choose not to heal. They choose to stay in the bitterness. They choose to be in a position where they would sooner manipulate somebody with lies and deception to try to make themselves feel better about themselves by having some sort of sense of control in the dynamic. But ultimately, under the skin of it all, they're extreme cowards, because they're too scared to actually look at where they went wrong. They don't want to hold themselves accountable, so they sweep it under the rug. Right? Hurt people, yeah. Well, to some dynamic, yes, but hurt people don't have to hurt people. Right? Hurt people can still walk around and still have some sort of compassion for people. But I think it really boils down to boundaries, discernment, and knowing where you stand with an individual, rather than not knowing due to deception and manipulation and, you know. And I feel like I talk a lot about cut your losses, move on, find something different, heal, when ultimately, as an individual, you should be in your right mind, your right heart. You should be at balance before you even consider moving into a relationship with somebody. If you got childhood wounds, you're probably best not to uh, step into a relationship unless you have alchemized that. And childhood wounds can be replaced with whatever scenario that you're dealing with. It could be just betrayal. It could be abandonment. It could be trauma, just in general. It could be abuse. It could be manipulation. It could be spiritual warfare, psychological warfare, whatever that might be. But I do feel that depending on where you are in that darkness will determine whether or not you're going to hurt someone else. When you're out here and you just hate the whole world because of how the whole world has ended up and how the whole world is out to get you, so to speak. But if you take time to alchemize that within yourself and you raise your frequency, you're not going to settle for less. You're not going to settle for toxic individuals. You're going to recognize that they need to heal. You're going to recognize that after you heal, uh, you don't want anybody else bleeding all over you. So you raise your standards, right? You're going to notice a toxic person through the trials and tribulations that you've already had in other people. And you'll ultimately know how far you've healed by the connections that you associate with, the changing of the guard, so to speak, the changing of the connection, the changing of the frequency. As you tend to heal and raise your frequency, so do your connections. Some of the connections fall out. Now they can do the healing themselves and they can meet you where you are. But one of those situations when you're doing your own healing, you tend to outgrow particular connections. And it's because you're raising your frequency. And if these other people raise their frequency along with you and they go on this journey together with you, then you guys can do this together. If you guys are willing to be transparent, honest, respectful to each other, and you feel that this connection is actually something that means something to you, you guys do have the potential to heal together. But it's about showing up for yourself. It's about showing up for your partner. It's about showing up and making things right and being honest, not only with yourself, but with your partner, with whoever you have this connection with. Whether it's a partner, it's a friend, it's a family member. So like, if you're dealing with people that don't want to heal, then they're just going to hold you back. You know, like one particular roommate was extremely bitter. They didn't want to heal. They wanted to sit with their bitterness. And they thought that that was okay. They just want to be mad. And they thought that that's okay. They thought that it's okay to just bleed all out, all over everybody. They felt entitled to it. And that's how the darkness kind of takes you over. And this is where we get these karmic dynamics. This is where the chaos happens. This is why it's important to step into your divine energy. move into your north node energy rather than your south node. You can live your whole life in bitterness if you want, but it's not going to really get you any happiness. And that's one ironic thing. Like, a lot of bitter people talk about, oh, they're never going to be happy. They're never going to da-da-da-da. Of course not. Because you're milking this bitter tit, and that's all you're going to get is bitter milk. Just the way it goes. And then there's other people with a broken heart. Maybe they're not bitter, but they're broken. And so they put on a happy face, thinking that everything is fine, when it's not. And they choose to carry around that sadness. So this is where these dynamics kind of wreak havoc and chaos on humanity. It's mainly because, you know, some of us, according to our partners, aren't allowed to, right? And this is where reactive abuse comes in. They're happy in their pile of chaos, and they want to see other people in chaos. Because people are like, again, they get so used to the chaos and the noise that they got to sleep with the fan on. Because if there's not any sound on in the background, then they can't sleep. Like, some people have a hard time sleeping in silence. They gotta have a radio on, or they gotta have the TV on in the background. It helps them to feel not so alone. It feels like there's somebody else in the room, so to speak. It helps with separation anxiety. The fan, the TV, the music, something. It's a trauma response. It helps to regulate the nervous system. $11.44 on the, no, 46. So there's definitely some transitions happening to foundations and reciprocity, new beginnings coming down the pipeline. You're definitely guided by masters. There's 1133 there earlier. But there's definitely we're definitely going through some major transitions as an angel number, as a collective. And this is where I say, like, in order to heal the world, we need to start with us. We need to start with our own. It's very evident. And this is what's going to bring peace to earth, peace to the earth. Yeah, there's a lot of people that fall asleep in my life. I still find it funny that my ex thought my voice sounded like nails on a chalkboard. And then there's other people out here that absolutely love my voice. So I was like, okay. Nails on a chalkboard just because they hate the truth. That's the situation. They can't handle the truth. Seeing someone, but I'm not ready for you to know about them yet. I was afraid that you would reject me if I shared my feelings to you. Let's look into it. Little collective message. What's the scoop, Spirit? I was afraid you would reject me. So, okay. So somebody wanted to start a family. Twin flame, reflection of soul, mirrored emotions, your other half, shared feelings. So somebody's seeing somebody because they wanted to create a family. There's some sort of justice here, legal matters. Okay, so there's some sort of hexing going on, negativity. Somebody wants to be independent, but they're learning a major lesson due to some sort of twin flame dynamic. Somebody's getting freedom from an attachment. Somebody wanted to start a family. They wanted to make a home. They wanted to be safe, but now they're moving. They want to open up their availability to date, but they're blinded to the truth. Somebody's completely done, moving on, ending cycles, lessons learned, coming full circle. So there's definitely an ending of some sort of dynamic. I was afraid that you would reject me if I shared my feelings to you about some sort of family, starting a family, making a home, feeling safe, secure. I'm seeing someone, but I'm not ready for you to know about them yet. Something about a twin flame union, dynamic, reflection of soul, mirrored emotions, other half, shared feelings. They're trying to get away. They want to go on vacation, begin an adventure, run away together. But you're very much in your single energy. Somebody's trying to hex you because you're in your single. You're independent, freedom from attachment, available to date, but somebody's not seeing the truth. Somebody feels like there's some sort of a twin flame dynamic here. And twin flames, they're not like soulmates, right? Everybody's excited about meeting their twin flame. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not, because chances are your twin flame's going to break your shitty ass heart. Okay, because 9 times out of 10, twin flames are in a needy position. There's usually a people pleaser, and then there's an avoidant. That's what makes up a twin flame, because they both require you to choose yourself. Right? The needy one needs to choose themselves because they're too needy of another person to fulfill some sort of void. And then the avoidant is avoidant because they are scared of that dynamic of actually having a commitment. Right? So you ultimately need to choose yourself. You need to stop abandoning yourself for the one that's avoidant. Right? And mainly that avoidance comes from a broken heart. Always stepping into these karmic dynamics, expecting something out of it, and then it's not any dynamic. It's a situationship. Right? Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about doing a kid's book and do like a do something about that. Thought about it. even just for a novel. I reached out to James Redfield, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet, so I don't know. I wanted to do the Celestine Prophecy. I would love to read that book on here, but I don't know whether or not I would be able to, copyright-wise. But anyway. So this person wants to get away, start again, but they were in a relationship when they came in. They wanted their cake and eat it too. They were masking. There very well could be some sort of perjury, and there's some sort of legal matters because they lied on the stand about a particular situation. Somebody's in pain and somebody's jealous. The Spirit's saying something about jealous about the fact that you're moving on, that you're not giving them a time of day to this dynamic. Whoever this is for, I don't know. Spirit's saying that you're protected, you're free to escape, and somebody's trying to, yeah, you were basically put in as a side piece. You're a mistress. You're the secret hookup. You're the other woman or other man. And you're avoiding them, you're blocking them out, you're pushing them away, you're hiding. This could be the the side piece. This could be the third party. Maybe the third party doesn't want anything to do with it. Protected aura, divine intervention, guardian angel, shielding. So you're being shielded from this person because of the third party dynamic. Yeah, butterflies, feeling complete, can't stop smiling, happiness, devotion. So there's somebody else in the mix that's sitting there with butterflies, sitting there with a happy feeling in their heart. Welcome in, Sarah. What's going on? What's going on with this new dynamic coming in? Oh, degrading appearances, shame, humiliation. What about this? Ghosting. Okay, I guess you're not telling me about this new dynamic. Leaving behind, disappearing, cold, no contact. Illumination, revealing the truth, confession, shedding light. Showing proof, validation, confirmation, finding the truth. So maybe you're finding the truth why somebody ghosted you. Being revealed. Somebody's humiliated. Meeting up, planning, discussions, dating multiple people. Yeah, because they a hoe. They a hoe. Yeah, they're having a dark night of the soul. They're facing their inner truth, seeing their true colors. People are seeing the true colors. I think the third party dynamic is seeing the true colors of this person that wanted the cake and eat it too. Thinking that they were with their twin flame when it was not their twin flame. There's a karmic. Yeah. Forbidden love affairs, temptation, flirting, giving into pleasure. They a hoe. Whoever they are. They like their cake and eat it too, and they figured they could have them and you. Yeah, they're just independent, free from attachment, available to date anybody that they want. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, something about flashbacks, trauma bond, inner child wounds, attracting toxic. So, This is why it's so important that you need to heal, because you heal outside of the frequency of these dynamics, ultimately. And then you raise your standards, and you don't settle for less. Searching for answers, blinded to the truth, watching you online, wanting to know. What do they want to know? Meanings, repeated numbers, synchronicities. They're not seeing the signs. Yeah, they don't want to take a, you probably don't want to take a risk with this one. Poker face, not showing feelings, rolling the dice. They're playing games. Could very well be somebody that you're around is seeing somebody, but they don't want you to know about them yet. There are signs, but they think you're blind to the truth. This is somebody from their past, history, it happened, left behind, looking back. So they're gambling with somebody from the past. Uncontrollable desires, appetite for sex, insatiable hunger for pleasure. So there's definitely something here. Somebody wants to be back in your energy from the past. They're taking a risk to come in. Reminiscing, dwelling, good times, looking back. They're not seeing the truth that you're over them, though. There's a feeling I'm picking up on. Sharina and James, welcome in. Yeah, they're holding secrets, love affairs, keeping things inside, not opening up, illusions. They're masking, pretending, putting up a front. Two-faced, not genuine. They in pain from the past. Somebody's in pain from the past. The fact that you want to stay single, the fact that you don't want to give in to some kind of temptation. Where the hell is that hair? Oh, there it is. Foresight. It's in the future, few days, weeks, few months, direction forward. So somebody wants to keep you a secret. Somebody from the past is coming in. They're taking a risk. They very well have an appetite for you, for whoever you are. You're not going to see this coming. They're blind to the truth. They're reminiscing from the past. And they're in pain. They're putting up a wall. They're in excruciating pain. Or they very well know that you're guarded. Maybe you're blind to the truth. Or maybe they want to reminisce with you about the past. See if you'd be open to getting into the same fucking dumbass dynamic. All over again. Jealousy, rumors, pettiness, being envious, talking behind your back. So this person could very well be, I'm really picking up they might have made a bet with the third party. Thinking that they could come in and swindle you one last time. Yeah, it's a hard no, yeah. Fake profile hiding from you behind the scenes, social media, so they're lurking. They're lurking gherkin. Maybe on Instagram is significant. Yeah. Uncontrollable desires, appetite for sex, insatiable hunger for pleasure, legal matters, court visit, legal papers, divorce. So there's some sort of justice happening. There could be some sort of something here with legal papers. They want to get back with you to maybe sign some papers. Don't sign them. Not unless they're divorce papers. Working out, begging, negotiating. So they want to negotiate something. Something regarding social media. Maybe they're begging you to shut your mouth up. Shut your mouth up about their uncontrollable desires and appetite for sex. And their hunger for pleasure. Something about unprotected sex, sexual disease, partner to partner, unsafe decisions. They want you to shut up about fucking them being a hoe. I find that hilarious. Welcome in, Mama. Well, maybe they should stop being a hoe to start with. Seriously. Oh, I'll just close it like that then. The other window's stuck. Anyway. Well, that's the thing, collective. Like, some people and their children, and that's fine. I'm not judging anybody. If they want to do that, they can do that. But don't be bringing in other people that aren't into that. If you know these people are not into that dynamic, leave them the fuck out of it. Right? If you're into more than one person, go find somebody that's into more than one person. Don't go to try to find somebody that's actually genuine and wanting a committed, solid relationship. Stop bringing those people into these third-party dynamics. And that's the one thing I don't like about these karmic hoes, is that they don't give a fuck who it is. Right? If they find a prize, they don't give a shit about anybody but themselves. And they don't give a shit who they hurt. You know, if they were to go and they try to manipulate them into this third-party situation. And that's the thing that pisses me off the most. When they know damn well that these people are not interested in these third-party dynamics. They're outright saying that they're into monogamous relationships and they're trying to pull in a third party. Like, fuck off. Welcome in, Cody. What's going on, Spirit? I have karmic debts that need to be paid before I can come back to you. Yeah. I think you'll be paying off those karmic debts for the rest of your life. I smile on the outside, but I'm dying on the inside. I bet you are. I feel empty and hollow inside. I can't open up right now. Yeah, because you don't want to heal. And this is part of your karmic debt. You don't want to heal. You bleed all over everybody. And you try to manipulate them all at the same time. And this is why you have to smile on the outside and die on the inside. Oh, I'm finally seeing my worth, yet I still feel unworthy of your love. Yeah, probably because you are feeling empty inside. And you're dying inside. It's because of your karmic bullshit. Welcome in, Dana. Let's see. I have karmic debts that I need to be paid before I can come back to you. What's this all about? Foresight. It's in the future. Few days, weeks, few months. Directions forward. What else? Ego. So that they're in their ego. Their karmic ego. Arrogant, having too much pride, being stubborn, holding back. Yeah, typical. Typical of a karmic. I smile on the outside, but I'm dying on the inside. Tell me more. Decision. Wrong reasons, contemplating, stay or leave, uncertain. What else? Faith, hope, wishing, praying. Pain and single. Independent, freedom from attachment. Guarded, apprehensive, putting up a wall, excruciating pain. Wasting time. I feel empty and hollow inside. I can't open up right now. Yeah, because they're unprotected. Their aura is all out of balance. It's out of whack. They're in the process of some sort of not divine intervention, but what's the other one? Not divine vengeance. What's the one I'm looking for? But anyway, they're not listening to their guides or the guardian angel, and they're not shielded. They're not protected. That's why they're feeling hollow and empty inside. Because they're not listening to what needs to be done. They're not listening to their guides. They're tuning it all out. What's going on? Now, this is collective, so if you're dealing with a particular person like this, or this is you, it's something for you to look into. Something is being illuminated. Somebody wants to reveal the truth to you. Somebody wants to confess to you about something. They want to shed the light on something. Whatever that might be is up for debate. I don't know if you're going to be even into it, but I'm finally seeing my worth, yet I still feel unworthy of your love. What's this one? I can, Andrea. I can. So they definitely want to chase you. They want to persist. They're hunting down. They're trying to hunt you down. They're trying to find where you are. They're looking for you. But they're not feeling worthy of your love. Spirit's saying something about somebody being hot to trot. So they'd be looking for you. Soulmates, the one, deep love, spiritual connection, life partner. Okay. So somebody's chasing you. They're finally seeing their worth, but they feel unworthy of your love. Well, this could be a soulmate. Maybe they're focusing on working through that. Communication's all right with that. They can chase you. Be persistent. You know, if they're soulmate, if they're that type of energy. Oh, revenge, surprise. Retaliation, plotting payback, punishing, getting even, unexpected action, spontaneous showing up, unexpected change. So there's definitely something here. Somebody felt that you guys were soulmates. They tried chasing you. Yeah, you may have backed off, walked away. And I'm also picking up on the fact that you are about to meet your soulmate. You are about to meet the one, a very, very deep spiritual connection. And you guys will be chasing each other. And somebody from the past is going to show up unexpected, spontaneous, out of the blue. And they're coming in for some sort of retaliation or plotting payback. They want to punish you. They want to get even with you. Now, this could be a past energy that wants to come in and play like that you're soulmates. They want to chase you. They want to surprise you, showing up unexpectedly. But it's basically to get revenge because they're jealous of you. Yeah. So there's some sort of legal matters that they're dealing with. There could be a court situation happening. Somebody was trapped. They were stuck. Maybe they were trying to lock you down, but you escaped. Mental prison, being held captive. Maybe they want to trap you up, acting like a soulmate. They're trying to chase you, pursue you, come in, being spontaneous, showing up unexpected. Maybe they were trapped and they're coming at you now. But I really kind of feel that they're trying to trap you up by calling you in like a soulmate and surprising you and pursuing you. But it's ultimately bad news because they're looking to retaliate and plot against. They think it's justice, but they could be facing some sort of legal problems. And you might not be speaking to them at this time. You might be stonewalling them. You're not taking action towards them. Maybe they want you to chase them. Do you have any questions, Andrea? You just want a reading. Let's see. What's the best blessed message for Andrea? You do have a question? What's the question? Why do I feel anxious about this whole relationship? Now I have my walls up. Why do you have your walls up? Look back before you had the walls up. And what instigated these walls? What was it in particular that instigated this feeling? Something had to happen. If it wasn't physical, it could have been psychological. Now look back and kind of recognize, see if there were any red flags that you kind of dismissed. Because a lot of the anxiety and a lot of that is due to those red flags. Yeah, because you're not ready to move forward. Something's stopping you in your tracks. Like you're not interested in, you're not ready, and it's like it's like there's some sort of dynamic that's trying to push you into it. Don't do anything that you're not ready for. Don't be pushed into it. This isn't about pressure. Relationships, ultimately, they should be organic. They should just happen naturally. You shouldn't have to push it. Having a relationship shouldn't be like labor pains. You shouldn't be trying to push out a baby. You know what I mean? The Sun and the Empress. So there's a lot of self-sabotage, not feeling good enough. You're not nurturing yourself the way you should be. You need to focus on your own ideas, being the main character in your own life. Build up your confidence. Alchemize the bitterness. Knight of Cups, be a little bit more compassionate. Move forward with compassion. The Ace of Pentacles. You don't feel you're stable enough to even show up for one at this time. You're feeling like you don't have much to offer. You're feeling like you're being manipulated and pushed into it with the Page of Wands. Somebody's coming in with some sort of very immature energy, trying to push you into it. Horny Demon. Okay, so there's an energetic siphoning. Somebody's the Ace of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, and the Nine of Pentacles, all in reverse. It could be just somebody coming in and trying to... Somebody that's more or less looking for support rather than anything. They're trying to keep that part in the dark. They're needy. Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Ten of Pentacles. This is more passion than love. There's definitely more passion than love with this dynamic. Handler, yeah. There's betrayal here. There's third-party dynamic. They like the cake and eat it too. So unless they're outright saying that they're devoted to you, or if they're being a little bit indecisive with their commitment, their idea of commitment, then I wouldn't bother. Yule is the return of the sun. Nine of Swords and the Six of Wands. Get out of your head, Andrea. Get out of your head. You already know the truth. They put you in a dark night of the soul. You need to raise your standards. You need to apply the lessons that you've learned from all the bullshit that you've had to endure. Okay? And apply those lessons. That's where the success is. So raise your standards. You deserve better than this. That's why your body's dysregulated, because it's triggered. This person, whoever this relationship dynamic is, it's triggering you. And this is why you're in your anxiety, because you know that it's not equally yoked. This is about you choosing you. So if this is somebody actually that you're dealing with right now, or somebody that's coming in to offer you anything in particular, make sure that it's in caliber and in balance with what you're looking for before you make any type of rash action that you might regret. And 9 times out of 10, this is why I'm going with friendships for now, right? If anybody wants to be in my life, right? If anybody wants to show up and be in my life, they can be a friend. If they can't show up and be a friend, and if they can't commit to being a friend, then I don't want them as a partner. End of story. If they just want to be with me as a partner, then then I know for a fact that all they want is sex. They want the sexual uh, intertwining of connection. It's all about sex. I don't give a fuck how genuine they show up. It's all about sex. It's all about getting in bed with you. It's anything to do with anything other than that. They have sex on the fucking brain, and this is why they don't want to be your friend. They want to be in a relationship. They want to just go right from a coffee date into a relationship and go in steady. And it's mainly because they're focused on that. Because if there's anybody out there that's willing to take the time and get to know you and be a friend and not have any particular expectation and not be pushing the whole sexual side of things, okay, and they're totally copacetic and totally competent and complete just being your friend, then that's a solid dynamic that you can build something off of. It's whether or not you want to take it into a familial, like soul family kind of situation, or whether or not you want to take it into a lover's dynamic and soulmate union. Those are the two different avenues where you can go into with that. Otherwise, you guys can stay friends, and you know, if you want to explore that area, if there's definitely chemistry there, but you know that you guys are friends, and that's as far as it's going to go, and there's chemistry, then that's another dynamic, right? Kind of friends with benefits kind of thing, no commitment, that's fine. But as long as you're transparent and legitimately loyal with that particular endeavor, and you're both on the same page with it, then fine. But if you got one person here that just wants to be a friend and fuck around, and then you've got another person the other side there where they want to be a friend, but they're more or less focused on a relationship, bad dynamic. Because the one wants a devoted relationship, where the other one wants to fuck around, and that's where the heart gets broken. And this is why these friends with benefits need to cut the chaff from the wheat, and just stay with the shallow friends with benefits, no commitment kind of people. And as soon as there's somebody here that wants to be in a committed relationship, they have to question their whole dynamic as to whether or not they want to be in that friends with benefits area anymore, if they actually want to settle down and be committed. But if they can't come to the table and communicate that and talk about it and be on the same page, red flag. I already told you about it, Elizabeth. I reiterated what it was. It all came flooding back, remember? Light of truth, welcome in. Think we're in the same page, but we don't have any intimacy so far, and I do want him that way. But romantically, we sleep in the same bed, but we have a great connection. Alright, well, maybe you just need to have a coffee and just talk about the future of your dynamic. Just so that way you guys can stay on the same page. Light of truth, thank you so much. Yellowstone National Park, eh? Cool. I'll hook you up with a couple cards. That's because you make the sunshine. I agree. Don't even the shadow. Oh, Cody, stop it. Stop being difficult. Take a fucking compliment. You're loved here. Well, if you're nervous to get hurt again, then back the fuck up. Stand your ground. If they're not willing to be devoted and that's what you want, if they can't be transparent and honest with you, then guess what? Back the fuck up and choose yourself. And don't get hurt again. And I'm really picking up on the fact that this could very well be a twin flame. It's where you need to choose yourself. That's the whole purpose of this person coming into your life. Right? If all they want to do is play around with your fucking head, then no. Get the hell out of there. Cut your fucking losses. And let them miss you. They'll miss you once you disconnect and you're gone, where you don't have to worry about it. Like, you deserve better than that shit. You shouldn't have to fucking guess. Let's ask them. Let's ask the cards to see what this person, if they had something to tell you, Andrea, what would it be? I think of you at night when the world is asleep and my mind is awake. You live rent-free in their head. What about it? This connection bores me to death. I need something more exciting. So yeah, they like the thrill, I think, of being in other dynamics. You might bore them a little bit. You might be too vanilla. You might need to spice things up. They might be a little bit more kinky than you. I cannot listen to your voice. It affects my soul. Probably because you speak the truth, Andrea. You might freak them out with your emotions. I pushed you away because I do not want the responsibility. There you go. That's all you need to know. I depend on you too much to let you go. I have codependency issues. That could be you. I don't feel guilty for how I treated you. My ego's too big to care. That is them. I feel unbalanced and uneasy. I don't know what to do to fix it. That's you. It's not for you to fix, Andrea. Okay? It's not for you to fix. It's not your responsibility. They need to fix themselves. Right? Because you're already in this idea of love, but you need to get out of this whole people-pleasing neediness. Right? So be intimate with yourself to some degree. Bring yourself to some sort of fulfillment so that way you're not really needing somebody else to do that for you until you're ready to find somebody to do that for you, right? That's equally yoked with you rather than dealing with the bullshit. Yeah, it's definitely open there, Caden. Light of Truth. Gonna get you some cards. Are you still here? You can throw your question in there, Caden, if you want. Okay. Do you have a question, or do you just want a general message? Should I go to India on this trip with my son? Now, I'm a little bit biased with this because I don't even have a passport. And as much as I do like some of the culture over in India, it's a bit of a hit or miss. It depends on where you're headed. Because there's a lot of spots over there that are very unregulated and I don't know. I'm not talking shit. I'm not talking pain. I'm not talking hate for India. I'm not saying that at all. But you just have to be very careful where you go. That's all. What's this trip for Light of Truth? What's the trip with your son? The Page of Pentacles. Okay, it very well could show up as a good time. You may be a little bit dysregulated. It might be a culture shock if you haven't been there before. You may go into a bit of an isolation mode. It might be too much for you to handle. What else? You would need to use your discernment if you do go. You're going to get out of it a little bit more than what you bargained for, what you thought. There's definitely going to be some sort of healing happening on this trip. This may put you in a hermit mode, but it's going to be bringing you inward. I feel this is a spiritual trip. There's definitely something spiritual regarding this. You're kind of questioning it with the Fool in the reverse, hemming and hawing on the whole idea. There's something about the cost. That might be a little overwhelming. The exchange rate might be a little bit weird. You may need to guard your heart. Three of Pentacles in reverse, though. I don't like the feeling of that card. About the trip. Judgment. Yeah, I'm definitely... Have you ever been there? Yeah, financially? Okay, yeah. Have you ever been there? No? It's going to be culture shock for you. You finalize your divorce and you're back to being me. Well, focus on that and embrace it. Embrace your freedom. This trip is going to it's going to evidently put you into a rebirth. You're going to get way more than you bargained for. It's going to be a major culture shock for you. There is definitely going to be some major healing happening. You're kind of judging it, but you're not. You're misjudging it. But there's definitely going to be an expense to this. You're going to need to, there's definitely some sort of guarding that you need to, it's going to have you in your emotions. But it's going to release you from some sort of entrapment. So you could very well be going away with your son on this trip, but I feel like it's like there's some sort of breaking away. Somebody's coming in with some good news. They want to provide this for you, I guess. But there's definitely something here about you walking away from something. Or you choosing no. But there's definitely culture shock. I'm really picking up on culture shock. You might want to do some research. A lot of research before you make any final decisions. Alright? Truth. Want to know the truth about Alicia Chan? Current feelings for me and what's on her mind. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. What's going on? Just throwing his question in there. It's all right. What's this about Alicia? What's on her mind regarding Caden? What is the truth? There's definitely a feeling of stuckness. The Six of Cups. Move on. Move on. If you're dealing with a Cancer, they're trying to thwart you. They're trying to hold you back. They're trying to keep you from moving forward. They don't want you moving at all. They want you stagnant. They want you sitting there waiting for them. And you're going to be waiting forever. Anybody that truly wants to be in your life and actually is going to show up is going to show and be evident that they want to show up to you. They want to be devoted to you. They want to be in your life. They want to show up. They want to have you around. Anybody that's actually interested in you will not have you sitting there waiting, wondering where you stand. Okay? Because anybody that's going to show any type of value or loyalty or devotion to you ain't going to do that fuck shit. Okay? So if you're sitting there wondering what the hell's going on with Alicia, or Alicia, whatever her name is, if you're sitting there wondering and you're having to sit here and ask me what she's talking, what she's talking, what she's doing, what she's this, what she's that, it's telling me that you guys don't know how to communicate, for one. For two, it's telling me that she doesn't want to communicate. It's not even the fact that you guys communicate, but there's no communication. There's no open communication. And the fact that there's no communication and they don't want to communicate is leaving you in limbo. They're not being honest. They're withholding information. They're withholding transparency, which isn't loyal. That's not loyalty. And ultimately, you need to choose yourself. I really feeling like this is definitely a karmic energy. And this is about you choosing yourself. Because you deserve better, Caden. Ultimately. And if you're kind of all pinted up on the fact that, oh, but she's the one for me, I don't want anybody else, blah, 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 then you need to love yourself first. You're very much in a needy energy, wanting somebody to fill a void that clearly you're picking the wrong person to fill that void. Love yourself, pour into yourself, find your wholeness within you, and raise your vibration. And chances are, I feel that you're going to be meeting somebody. If you listen to what I'm saying, and you alchemize this shit, and you find your wholeness within you, I think by springtime, you will be in a higher frequency where you're going to meet somebody equally yoked to you. Well, if you're actually having to ask me, and she's not telling you that, then she don't have feelings for you. The cards are telling you to move on. Stop reminiscing about the past. It's done. Move forward. Okay? Because as soon as you move forward, she's going to pop out of the woodwork because she's going to feel that there's a disconnection. And then she's going to stop you in your tracks from moving forward by distracting you. And then she's going to manipulate you back and rope you back in. And it's all to keep you stagnant. So this person's actually manipulating you. And you don't even realize it. Okay? And ultimately, Caden, you deserve better than that. You deserve better than that on your bad day, let alone your good day. You need to raise your standards and stop allowing people to treat you like this. I already told you. She doesn't have feelings. She don't care about you. Because if she did, you wouldn't have to ask me what she thinks, what she feels. She would tell you. And actions speak louder than words. If she's not telling you anything, then clearly she has no feelings for you. Honestly, like I said, pour into yourself. Love you, because you're enough. She just doesn't think you're enough, but you're enough. You just need to think that for yourself. And I'm really sensing a very neediness about you. Like you're wanting her, you're like obsessed with her. And she could very well be pulling back and pulling away because of your neediness. And you need to like show up for yourself. And I do sense that there's definitely abandonment wounds. You could have been abandoned in the back end of a different relationship, and it's pouring into this one because you haven't healed it yet. And you do that by showing up for you. But yeah, they're just stringing you along. And like I said, you deserve better than that. Hands down. And I don't even need the cards to tell me that. You need to get out of this whole idea of somebody needs to fill a void for you. And ultimately, Caden, you need to show up for yourself. You deserve better than that. Raise your standards, boy. ultimately you definitely deserve better. Yeah, what the what? Yeah. It's just a troll. Hey, Kaden, just tell her to go find her rightful place under the bridge. It's just posted. What? There's another question. It's just posted. Is there more to it? Anything else more I should know? What's her feelings? She feels nothing for me. Well, clearly your feelings don't matter to her. Okay? So what's her feelings? She doesn't give a fuck about you. And that's just the honest truth. Okay? Because clearly if she did, she wouldn't be putting you in this position to where you're wondering. She'd be outright honest, transparent, but she's not. She's got you in limbo. So whether she feels anything for you is irrelative to the situation. Is there anything more than you need to know? Have you listened to a word that I said? I want to know the truth about Alicia's feelings for the whole thing. Now you're repeating yourself. You're not even accepting the advice that I'm giving you. You're not even listening to it. Because you want to hear what you want to hear, and you don't want to hear the truth. So if you're not going to be open to the advice that I'm giving you, then stop asking me. Because you clearly don't want to hear what I have to say. Because now you're repeating yourself. I don't need the cards for this. I'm an energy reader. The cards help me, yes, but the cards already told me what I needed to know. And I don't want to go into the other deck because I don't want to hurt your feelings. And this is why I'm trying to build you up and get you to focus on yourself. Because it's going to help you to feel more confident about yourself and the fact that maybe you don't need her after all. Maybe you deserve something better. Maybe you deserve to move on. Maybe you deserve to be free from that toxic energy. Relatively real, yeah. You can throw super chat with a question. Super sticker. Looks like you're going through it, relative. Your first super on a live stream. Congratulations. Alright, I'm going to intuitively tap into you, relatively real. Okay, you tell me if this is vibing with you. Give me a second. You're very reserved, you're very closed off, you're very guarded at this time. I'm really picking up on an energy that you very rarely let people in. You live a very rather skeptical life. You got to see it to believe it. Um, there's a particular dynamic where of a betrayal that you've dealt with, and it's created this off-putting kind of guarded energy kind of situation. It's kind of put you in this kind of energy. What's the next in love for me, and or what keeps me from it? Okay. Is this vibing with you at all real so far? Welcome in, Robert. Yeah? Okay. Um, and again, it's about the frequency that you hold. What does your inner world look like? What does your inner kingdom look like? What does your inner temple look like? Is it hostile? Is it chaotic? Is it unregulated? Is it, you got to really get to know your inner world in order to alchemize your outer one. Right? So, whatever's keeping you back from that is the stuff that you need to, that you're carrying around with you, the dead weight. And it's not about letting it go, it's about alchemizing it. So that way it's not going to come back and haunt you again. Right? And by letting shit go and you don't alchemize it, you're missing the lesson out of it. You're missing the adaptability of that to where you can adapt it into your life to raise your standards, to put up boundaries. So that way this past betrayal, this past hurt that has you guarded in the first place, um, that will eventually alchemize and you will raise your standards, you'll build boundaries, you will meet yourself with a newfound trust. And by doing that, you're going to trust your judgment, you're going to trust your energy, you're going to trust your environment that's within you. It'll bring you ultimately to an inner peace by alchemizing that. And I feel that once you tap into that, okay, I feel that after this alchemizing, after this transformation, after you move through this and you rise above it, you're going to stand with new eyes. You're going to stand with new feet. You're going to stand with a new solid idea of what you're looking for. Right? You're going to be more deliberate with your actions and your intentions and what you're looking for, and your energy field is going to be in a different frequency. That's going to welcome in a different frequency type dynamic. Welcome in, Joe. I did email you back. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much, Andrea. But ultimately, they're real. What's in love for you next? Love yourself. Pour into yourself. Okay, because that's going to raise your frequency. It's going to raise your standards. And I do feel with this guardedness and the betrayal, you very well could have been betrayed. You could have been abandoned. You could have been left for dead. You could have been left out in the cold. And that really made you bitter. And you're kind of carrying around this bitterness. And you may be meeting the same dynamic of people in different bodies. The same dynamic over and over again. It might be haunting you. And it's because you failed to take that lesson. Instead, you let it go. And by not adapting that lesson, you didn't receive the blessing. Because with every lesson, you receive a blessing, right? This could look like showing up for yourself. And by showing up for yourself, you're not actually needing somebody to fill that void anymore. You're not feeling so abandoned, so you're feeling a little bit more ease and at peace. And you're not having to require somebody that needs, that wants to need you and to be in that dynamic. It's a very toxic twin flame dynamic where you end up having to choose yourself anyway. Right? So, yeah, pour into yourself, love yourself, nurture yourself, take yourself out on a date, go get yourself a nice massage, go take yourself to a spa, go do something that you like to do, depending on what that might look like to you, right? And go have fun just by yourself, be in the embracement of you, enjoying yourself, being in your own energy, being in your independence, and still being able to be fulfilled and feel joy, right? I do feel there's childhood wounds here as well. So this actually results back to the way your parents showed up for you. There very well could be inner child healing. The raging fucking teenager. Um, you know? And, like calming that raging teenager down from all the anger they feel. Showing up for that abandoned little person that's in there, and sitting and showing compassion to that inner child. The inner child still exists no matter how old you are. And most of us are told to grow up and put our imagination away, and we ultimately forget about our inner child, and then we wonder why our lives are so fucked up. No, we need to integrate that inner child and let them come out to play every once in a while. Right? People tell people, oh, grow up. Stop playing video games. Get back to work. Well, where's your inner child get to play? Where does that inner teenager get that validation and being able to just chill the fuck out and not have to be so responsible? There's a time and a place for everything. There's a balance, but being in that balance, being able to have that balance is paramount to your experience overall. Well, Andrea, just make sure that you know that whether you had a miscarriage or not, you definitely do have a spirit angel still kicking it with you. Okay? And I do feel that that was a voided contract. And I think by this situation that you dealt with, Andrea, I think that you jumped timelines. And this is why the miscarriage happened, because it was part of a different timeline. And that timeline, that whole timeline was forfeited. And I have a feeling it had something to do with them. It didn't have anything to do with you. It had to do with them and whether or not they would choose you or not. But this person didn't want to take accountability. They don't want to take accountability. They're very avoidant. Whoever you were dealing with. Very childish. It's one thing to be childish, and then it's another thing to nurture your inner child. They're two totally different worlds. How far apart? Because it's interesting and ironic that you say that, because I do see that there's two spirit babies around you. I was going to mention something like that. I believe it's a boy and a girl, because Spirit's saying a brother and a sister. Alright, relatively real. Let's throw some cards for you, real. Okay? Are you still here? What's the best blessed message for real? Yeah, you were dealing with a narcissist, a pathological liar. And you had no other choice but to choose yourself and walk away from this. This is a connection and a dynamic that you didn't want to walk away from. You endured the storm for quite a while. They literally had you in limbo the whole time. But the wake-up call is when you walked away, you took action and walked away, was when you actually realized that, yeah, this person was not right for me. And you had no other choice but to take action. It's either you took action, or you were literally headed for your demise. Like, you were ready to snap, is the feeling I'm picking up on. What's the last thing to do that I missed? I don't know, Robert. Yeah, they left you in limbo. They were stringing you along. But yeah, your intuition told you to cut this out. If it wasn't for your intuition and your hindsight and your gut, you've got a gut instinct. You could very well be empathetic as well, but more so very intuitive. You're very intuitive. Your intuition was telling you all about this toxic dynamic. And this person did not want to commit to you either. Unapologetically. Very cold individual. You're dealing with a pathological liar, quite possibly a psychopath, triad, narcissist, malignant, narcissist, quite possibly covert. Very toxic individual. This is somebody you had a hard time walking away from. No wonder you feel betrayed and abandoned. How do you process spiritually? What are you even talking about? I'm trying to understand your question. Give me an example of what you're trying to say there, Robert, and I can help you out with that, but how do you process a broken heart? How do you process a rebirth? How do you process stepping into your Empress abundant energy, being disconnected from spirit? What's the strategy on alchemizing failure? Does this pretty well put it into perspective? Because the cards came out that way. Is this what you're asking, Robert? Smoking weed in retrospect isn't necessarily a bad thing. It definitely opens you up to the spiritual realm a little bit more. It's better to do it sober to start with, though, because it will enhance your concentration with that particular endeavor. But you're better off doing it sober to start with and then kind of integrate it in, because as you focus, when you go within and you tap into your higher self and your higher version of yourself, it definitely enhances the experience. But I do recommend a chakra meditation, balancing out the chakra. Balancing out your energy centers is a great way to reconnect with your higher self. This is also integrating internal healing. It's about applying the lessons to what you've learned consciously in those experiences and your memories, the things that you're holding on to, figuring out what you would like to let go of. And before you let go of it, what can you learn? How can you empower yourself above it before you then let go? It's about raising your standards. It's about raising your frequency, right? So all in moderation with all of it, all of the above. Any messages that I've spoken on collectively this evening, you could probably take something from it. But there's definitely chakra meditation is probably a good necessity for you at this time, because each energy center has uh, a different situation about it, whether it be hate, whether it be creativity, whether it be jealousy, whether it be fear, whether it be love, whether it be speaking, communication, verbalization, intuitive vision, tapping into your empathy, tapping into your intuition, tapping into your intention, right? Recognizing your own energy, finding out what's missing in your life, and how can you adapt within yourself, within your inner kingdom, so that way you feel more fulfilled as an individual, right? It's quite a bit of meditation. It's quite a bit, like when you're sitting there and people are like, oh, I don't like to meditate because you have to clear your mind. No, meditation is not about clearing your mind. It's about doing the work. It's about digging deep. It's about putting your scuba gear on rather than your snorkel gear, and going deep into your subconscious, into your memories, into what you're holding on to, the pain, the pleasures, the all aspects, learning from it, experiencing from it, evolving from it, applying the lessons that you've learned through it. Abandonment, for instance, if you feel that there's a past abandonment, maybe you were abandoned as a child, maybe you were abandoned as a teenager. It's still abandonment. It still hurts the same. But as we become an adult, as we step into our adulthood, we may not have the responsibility for what happened to us, but we definitely have the responsibility as to how we rise above it and how we alchemize it, right? So when you empower yourself and you show up for yourself, depending on where and when that abandonment happened, or when you felt less than, or when you felt left out, or left in the cold, kind of, so to speak, you go back to that version of yourself and you show them compassion, you show them validation, you show them love, and you recognize that you're still here, you're still breathing, you're still kicking, you're still screaming, you've overcome it. And the fact that you're still here, that in itself is a version of showing up for yourself and enduring, right? But it's one thing to go through something, and then it's another thing to learn the lesson that comes with that scenario, whatever that might be. It could be abandonment, it could be abuse, it could be a trauma, whatever that might be. The fact that you're still here, the fact that you rose above it, the fact that you're continuing to move forward. Maybe we're struggling, but we're still moving forward, right? So to empower yourself to rise above that and to take what you've learned from that experience and actually apply the lesson, raise your standards, raise your frequency, and you do that through the chakra meditation. You start with the root and you work your way up to your head. But there's other chakras other than just the 7 based at the root to your head. There's more chakras than that. You have chakra centers in your feet, in your knees, in your legs. And the post side of my page here on YouTube has a diagram that you can check out. Somewhere down the page, you give it a bit of a scroll and you'll find it. You start in your feet and you work your way up. As you alchemize it, as you sit with it, and you show it compassion, you show it love, you show it forgiveness, you show it integrity, you will eventually get to your head, And by that time, you will be almost weightless. And by that time, it's going to take some time. And each energy center has a color as well. And you'll know that those colors will show up as you're working on that situation, whichever energy center that is. And a lot of the different pain that you have in your body is relatively close to the blockage that you might have in those particular sections. So you're saying something about there's some sort of back crushing of some sort. My backbone crushed 15 years ago. Okay. That could very well have created some blockages. There's still hope for you, though. And it's not necessarily about a physical feeling. It's more energetic. Like, for instance, if there's any hate that you have for anyone, or if there's something that you hate about yourself, just as an example, there's something there that you need to alchemize. You need to release it. You need to think to go back as to what do you hate about yourself and alchemize it. So you need to turn that negative into a positive. So let's say if you hate the fact that you're... I'm just going to be funny here, okay? If you hate the fact that your feet stink and that you have sore feet and that you tend to have a hard time walking or whatever, try to find a different ultimately try to find a different way to get around, to walk. Focus on that. Your lower hips. Where is that diagram? Oh, there it is, I think. Is that it? No. Where's the diagram? Aiden. Where's the diagram? Oh, there it is. So your lower hips. I got a little testy little thing here. Okay, so you could be holding anger and resentment, or you could be holding fear. And so what do you fear? There could be lust involved with this too. Anger, resentment. So if you're holding any resentment or anger, release it by letting it go. Finding out what you're angry about, finding out what you have resentment for, and healing it. And a lot of this can be done through forgiveness, But you forgive it, you forgive to release it for yourself. It's not about forgiving the other person. It's not about dropping the anger because, you know, it's not about self-loathing and the fact that you deserve it or whatever. It's not the fact that you deserve it at all. But the anger and resentment might be what's holding you back from freedom, right? The fear might be holding you back from freedom, right? In your knees, even envy and jealousy. In your shins, confusion and doubt. Selfishness and greed in your ankles. No accountability in your toes. Hatred and malice in the bottom of your feet, the soles of your feet. This is all south node energy. This is why you work from your feet. You work your way up. And you're going to start to feel weightless as you work into your north node energy. But as you alchemize this and you apply those lessons and you integrate what you've learned into the experience, this is going to be empowerment for you. So that's very significant. And I'm sorry that you got crushed. That's not fun. That doesn't sound like a fun time either. Who else was in here? I feel like I forgot somebody. What did I do? I feel like I forgot somebody. Did I pretty well nail it on the head there, Real? Are you still here? You're welcome, Robert. So I might open up some new possible content here on YouTube. And I kind of want to know your thoughts on it, collective. If I was to kind of open up more or less on healing, on different dynamics, speaking on different dynamics, different issues you're going through, different, you know, different situations you've had to deal with, whatever else, if you want me to kind of get into a little bit more in depth of how to alchemize it. I was debating on doing some kind of coaching sessions, kind of coaching videos on how to use alchemy and use it to heal and clear out, like kind of working with the chakra centers and like the energy centers of the body. Hey Joe, did you email me back? Because I didn't receive an email back from you after that first email, unless you emailed me while I was live. I haven't checked my email since. Just take it one moment at a time. What's the whole purpose of meeting up with him tomorrow? Is it to finalize some things or what? Okay. Maybe you go to a different bank there, Joe. Change your bank altogether. Thank you for the beautiful email there, Joe. And yeah, I can relate to that to some degree. Leave for Colorado for a few days. You know what? I think that that trip is going to be good for you to see um, change of scenery. Just take your time, Andrea. Robert, pick a number. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, so this is about you changing your foundation. You've kind of been left out in the cold, Robert. You're having a hard time walking away from an emotional situation, but ultimately you need to be focusing on your own stability. You need to be focusing on your finances. You need to be focusing on balancing this out. There is definitely justice here for you if you've been waiting on the justice, a court case of some sort. I do see something happening with that. But you need to nurture that. You need to pour your frequency, pour your attention into it. I do see there's some sort of settlement coming through with that. I do see a new foundation coming for you. You feel like you've been left to your own demise, but it's really not that way. It's taking a little bit longer. Somebody is facing judgment. Somebody's trying to be very deceptive, but they're not getting the upper hand. Somebody's being watched. They're being studied. They're being investigated. Because there has been there's definitely some sort of betrayal that's evident. This brought a lot of conflict to a particular relationship with you. You had to keep your cards close to your chest. There was a third-party dynamic after this happened, after this spine-crushing situation. It brought sadness, a lot of conflict, a lot of overwhelm, being left in the dark to your own devices. This person that you were with, it basically represented that they were very superficial. They were ultimately there they were there for the money. They weren't there for the relationship. There was definitely a third party in the mix. But there was definitely some sort of deception here too. But there is justice coming in. You are building a new foundation. But it's been taking some time to alchemize and walk away from the pain and walk away from the bullshit. But ultimately you will come out on the other side a different person. So just embrace the change, embrace the experience, because it's meant to help you level up. It's meant to make you more resilient. It's meant to empower you. But that requires you to do some inner work. Embrace it. Allow your masculine and feminine energy to come into balance with that. Nurture yourself. Show yourself compassion. Also, stick up for yourself. Show up for yourself. Protect yourself. Okay? It's very evident, very much a necessity at this time to bring both into balance. Everyone, whether you're man or woman, we all have masculine and feminine energy. And most of the time, men, they try to focus on their masculine energy, and they stay in their masculine, and they don't nurture. When they do have the ability to nurture, they do have the ability to show compassion. Right? And women, they try to be in their compassionate, they'd rather not be in their masculine energy. They don't like having to show up and protect people, but they will if they, if they will if they have to. But to bring them to balance is paramount. So maybe focus on that, considering the betrayal that you've had to deal with. This person was definitely wanting you to react out of character. This person always was pushing your buttons. This person was always trying to get you triggered, to screw you up, to get you all in a huff, all pissed off. They did it on purpose. It was intentional to dysregulate you. So you're dealing with a toxic individual, and you're eventually going to realize that this accident, I want to say, whatever happened, this actually was a blessing in disguise. Because it showed the real intentions of this person, that they were there only for the money. They weren't there for the relationship. Because once you couldn't be with them in a particular way, it created a situation to where you couldn't provide a particular endeavor to this person anymore because of the accident. And because of that, it basically shows they weren't there for the love. They were there ultimately for the money. So ultimately, despite how bad this accident was and debilitating it was, it ultimately was a blessing in disguise. Because it got you to see their true intention. Now, I'm not going to turn around and say that that's exactly why you had to endure this situation, because that's not the case. Okay? But it's definitely a factor in a different perspective of how you can look at it. I wasn't talking to you, Keith. So the table is open for a super chat. If you have a super chat for me, I'll throw you some cards. Or I can tap in energetically. Alright, I'm going to shut down the event. Because nobody's throwing in on it, so... You're welcome, Robert. I'll get you an angel card. Angel card for Andrea. I'll get back to you on that, Renee. Andrea, the Holy Spirit, miracles are possible. Your ability to experience miracles is down to your capacity to believe that miracles are possible for you. Don't give up hope. A real turnaround is possible now. The light of angels is surrounding you, inviting you to step into the most gracious receiving state possible. So open your heart and expect a miraculous solution. You are worthy. Know it. Your activation, I am worthy of miracles in all forms. I am worthy of miracles in all forms. Write this down on a little post-it and stick it on your mirror or something. Metatron, you have a divine calling. God and the angels are recruiting you. Where you are is where you have been strategically placed. Trust that what you are facing now has everything to do with what you are here to heal, and that it will lead to a life that is aligned to meaning and purpose. You are here to make a difference, and it is a must. And you must, what? And it must begin with where you are right now. Activation, I am ready to fulfill the call of my soul. So step into it. You're calm, but that is going to endanger myself because this is out of hand kind of bullshit at a level I'd rather not play. But if it's a test, I'm letting God deal with it all. Repercussions are not on me. Welcome in, Raymond. Thank you so much. This is not my post up there, but I see it's from my address. I don't know what is the huge issue. Why talking like a bot? Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out there, Willis. I've not a clue. Ready to heal all my hurts. Good. Lean into it, Andrea. Embrace it. When you feel like you're sitting in victim mentality, move into observer mode. What can I learn from this situation? How can I alchemize it? What can I show compassion to? What can I show forgiveness to? And again, this isn't letting off the other person off of what they need to be accountable for, but how can I forgive for and alchemize it to where I'm no longer showing up in that mentality anymore? How can I empower myself? Right? So if you're sitting in the victim mode, if you're sitting in the sadness, if you're sitting in this energy that you're just not finding a way out, it's like, okay, so why can't I find a way out? Pick it apart. Pick it apart. But don't pick it apart as a victim. Pick it apart as an observer to learn from it. Open your mind to different possibilities. And try to stay in a positive frequency when you're going through it. And you're going to find that there's blessings in disguise. Within all the pain that you will receive and that you will endure, there's a blessing in disguise. Sometimes the blessing in disguise, let's say you're go, 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 for instance, okay, just as a scenario. It doesn't necessarily have to resonate with what you're dealing with. But maybe you work really hard, maybe you overwork yourself, and maybe you tend to overdo it. And then you end up getting hurt. Maybe you getting hurt is your body's way of telling you, slow the fuck down. Slow down, be more methodical as to what you're working on. Slow down and put more quality rather than quantity aspect to it. Be more thorough with whatever you're doing. By doing that, by pacing yourself, you're not going to hurt yourself. You're not going to overdo it anymore. And in essence, you're showing up for yourself. Even just for slowing down and embracing the experience. Right? If it's self-sabotage, where does the self-sabotage come from? Where is it rooted? Because if you can find the root of that sabotage as to why you're sabotaging, you can clear out and rip it out at the root and heal that once and for all. Was it somebody telling you you weren't good enough? Was it you always having to live up to other people's expectations? And where do those expectations of others actually matter to you? And where does their criticism actually help you? Is it constructive criticism? Are they trying to build you up or are they trying to destroy you? Right? And how can you show up for yourself within that constructive criticism to show up for yourself and be a better version of you? How can you evolve from this experience? Right? All right, Raymond, I got you a card. Voice of Souls is calling my name for you. Are you still kicking it with us? Okay. Going on for Raymond. Raymond. Submission. Submit to Source. Source has been trying to, Source doesn't want you to repress the connection. Source has been trying to get in touch with you through your intuition, and they need you to submit to what they're trying to tell you. They're trying to help you through a healing process, but you've been repressing it. You need to stop repressing it. You need to get back in touch with spirit, because you've been tapping out, you've been looking the other way, you've been distracting yourself, you've been blah, la, 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 I can't hear you kind of situation. And spirit's been screaming at you about something. However that resonates with you, that's your message. I'm also picking up with the submission card, you don't have to do it alone. The divine is there with you to help you through it. You just have to be patient and allow the divine space to work in your life. Open up to the possibility that the divine's trying to teach you something. And listen up. Stop tuning them out. Stop questioning the messages either. Because right now, you could very well be in a lot of chaos, chaotic energy, and the divine's trying to give you a solution and a new perspective as to how to release some sort of pain you're feeling. So allow Source to do its magic in your life. Okay? That's a good man, Andrea. That's a good man. He's looking out for your best interest. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? If somebody that wants to be your friend and they don't necessarily want to walk away, and they're in promotion of your healing, that's a keeper. That's somebody you want to have around, right? And that's definitely somebody that you want to work with, rather than somebody that doesn't give a fuck, right? But the fact that they want to give you time to heal and give you time to alchemize that pain, fucking right. Hopefully that vibed with you, Raymond, about the submission. Submission to spirit to help you alchemize the pain that you're feeling within yourself. Stop tuning out your guides, because everybody has guides. You just have to build a relationship, and you have to build up a rapport with them. Be in the stillness, be in the silence, so that way you have the ability to listen for the little whispers. And this doesn't mean that you're schizophrenic. Okay? Schizophrenia, you're usually hearing bad shit. They want you to go jump off a building, set somebody on fire, do something stupid. That's not that's not you tapping into your spirit guides. Your spirit guides aren't going to tell you to go set somebody on fire. When you're dealing with spirit guides, they're very non-combative. They're very much wanting you to stick up for yourself, but they're going to be peaceful about it. Right? So that's how you know whether or not, it's a good intended or a bad intended. That's how I differentiate it. Yep, the aloneness is good, because as you feel alone, Andrea, this is the situation, right? As you're feeling alone, and you integrate that aloneness into solitude rather than isolation, when you can actually embrace being alone and you enjoy the peace of mind of being alone, and you can get through that whole thing of getting past the aloneness, that alone feeling, it's beneficial. It's beneficial. Turning your aloneness into solitude, into embracing that and embracing the stillness. And actually showing up for yourself and fulfilling your own needs is beneficial, because as you're showing up for you, and I think you really need to spend some time with your inner child too, to open up the possibilities of your imagination and creativity. Think outside the box. All right, put your hearts in the chat for the ones that are here that haven't had a message and that are waiting patiently. I'm not going to pick every single one of you, but if you'd like a message, put your hearts in the chat if you'd like a message. I'm feeling generous. I don't usually do this. Not anymore. Really? What are y'all scared about? It's like, he's so honest though. He tells the truth. He doesn't tell me what I want to hear. He tells me what I have to hear. But it's inevitable, because it's actually going to help you raise your frequency. It's going to get you choosing you for a change. So I do this not to rip you apart. I do this to build you up authentically. I want you living your best life, collective. I want you living in your highest, most vibrant timeline. I want you winning. Just remember, if I get you in alignment and you start winning, don't forget about me. You know? Pay it forward. Okay, angel cards. I got you, Lilith, and I got you, ABQ. I'll hook you up. Lilith. Virtues. Do the right thing. Be virtuous in your choices and actions. There's an opportunity for you to take the higher ground that will bring an end to conflict or disagreement. Do what you know needs to be done to bring resolution and healing. If you need to admit that you are wrong, it may not be easy, but by doing so, you will remind those around you how much you care. And this will guide everyone back to a state of harmony. I choose to bring peace to every conflict. ABQ. Archangel Raziel. Go beneath the surface. You have learned so much about yourself and the world and are now recognizing all of the great lessons of your experience and challenges. Continue on this pathway. Even though you have come this far, there is much more for you to learn and uncover. Don't take things at face value. Do more research. Spend more time in contemplation. Go deeper than you think is ever possible. Your activation, I'm willing to do the deeper work. What's on the romantic horizon? Spirit's got a surprise for you, but you need to do the work first. Springtime, summertime is significant. So you still have time. But I do see that there's Spirit saying something about a soulmate. You're actually going to meet your soulmate, but you need to step up into that frequency to meet them. You gotta at least meet them at the table. Let's get you an angel card, Renee, before you leave. Angel card for Renee. The Shekinah, the gift of your presence. Now is the time to show up in ways that you've never shown up before. Get present with those you love and care about. Go beyond distractions and direct yourself back to the current moment so that you can enjoy the blessings that surround you. Instead, focus on where you are going or what has previously happened. Enjoy the beauty of the here and the now. Activation, I awaken to the blessings of the present moment. Alright. There's something about the momental frequency of being in the moment, being in the now, that's very evident in healing. And I'm speaking on this collectively. It's one thing to be in the funk. It's one thing to be sitting in sadness. And I'm calling myself out on this. But then again, if you're dealing with spiritual warfare, it's a totally different story. Right? Because you're sitting there calm, cool, collected, and all of a sudden this shitty-ass thought comes over you. And you're thinking that it's all doom and gloom, all for a moment. And your whole experience falls. Right? So to alchemize that, you kind of got to step into the new frequency. Like, are you hurt? Are you safe? Are you being bombarded? If you are energetically, rebuke it. This is why we have been given the power of our voice and to speak with intention, to move forward with intention through our words. Our words hold frequency, and frequency is energy, and energy can be transmuted. Energy can be molded into something that we want. or don't want. It's depending on what we focus on, right? Juicy, well, someone got to eat my table since I want my kale soup. Someone has to. That's funny. I'll try a little taste, but that's about it. I'd much rather some kale chips, seasoned with some little bit of salt and pepper. But yeah, Lilith, I do see some romantic energy on the horizon for you, but it's just getting rid of the, we've already spoken about this in emails and messages and stuff. You know how I feel about it. You need to release yourself from that and allow yourself room to be open to new connections, right? But that will happen in time. But I think springtime, summertime is going to be significant for you. Right back at you, Renee. I hope you have a good day. The chat's pretty quiet. So what's going on? Anybody else got a super chat or super sticker? Yeah, you can ask a question. What's up? Yeah, this is a spiritual war we're dealing with after all. You might want to define as to where this is popping up for you. Because I think there's a deeper coded message with that. Divine's trying to work through this situation with you. I feel that there's some sort of healing in it. They're trying to help you alchemize it. So I feel that if you're constantly seeing their name, there very well could be a case that you're distracting yourself rather than focusing on your healing. Because the divine wants you to focus on your healing and alchemize it, so that way you can vibe your way out of the situation. You can vibe yourself out of that frequency. Because you're eventually going to, like, the divine wants to ultimately protect you, right? And the only way you're going to do that is to heal from it, to overcome it, to overpower it. And the only way you're going to do that is to face it. So I think the reason why you're seeing a lot of the repetition is because Spirit wants you to focus and stop being so distracted, right? The divine will guide you through it. You just got to be open to getting the messages and seeing the synchronicities, right? Are they necessarily sending you something? It depends on the characteristics of that, right? And where are you seeing it? What is it entailing? Like, if you're, let's say the last name is Smith, for shits and giggles, okay? Are you seeing Smith and Weston signs, right? The gun company. Maybe it's to protect yourself. Maybe you need to put up a shield. Maybe you need to put up a guarded shield. Maybe you need to focus on visualizing an orb of protection around you, right? There's symbolism in everything. It's just up to you to decode that symbolism. Each time it happens, I will be busy, and then boom, there it is. So, busy doing what? Is it something that you used to do with them in the past? Could that be a possibility? Well, maybe that's not the right place to go. Because I have a feeling what you might need to do. Looking at relocating online, looking at houses, and guess what the name of the street is? Yeah. You might need to get a new phone altogether, or have the IP addresses or whatever reset. Maybe change your number. As far as any accounts regarding the banks and stuff like that you were talking about, I would just go to a different bank altogether that they're not associated with. And this clerk, whoever this clerk is, they can lose their job. Because that's a conflict of interest, and they're putting your safety in jeopardy. So if you can find out a way to prove that, I would find a way to prove it. and, yeah, have somebody caught up for the bullshit that they're trying to play. But something tells me that if you're looking at a house and that particularly happens, it's a sign that they probably already know. Maybe relocating to a different city might be beneficial. Rather than just a different street. And when you're dealing with a stalker like that, you're better off to do like a midnight move. And have friends to help you. But you might need to get a different device because they may have your device cloned. They may have some sort of something going on with that. And you might want to change phone companies too. But yeah. That's my advice on that one. But yeah, definitely visualizing an orb of protection around you on a regular basis. Reinforce it. And it's basically, there's definitely something about your stability that you need to heal first before you move forward. That's what I would take from that. And I think this is something to do with frequency. Because you can eventually, once you empower yourself enough, you can eventually cloak yourself so that way they can't tap into your energy anymore. Because lower vibing people that are karmic, eventually they can't tap into you because they're too low frequency. That's the whole point of healing. And once you disconnect, once you detach, that's when they're probably going to try third parties. And this is why you need to heal. And that's why it's very important, because they will only vibrate around and associate with different people that are within their frequency for the most part. So that's why it's important to heal. And to them, it might look like you're going into isolation because they want you in isolation. But take that isolation and transmute it into solitude. Utilize that isolation and use that time to heal. And flip the script. That's the whole idea. Embrace the solitude. Don't embrace the isolation. It's about changing that out of victim mentality into a warrior, observer kind of mentality. That you're going to get beyond it, you're going to rise above it, and you're going to keep moving forward. Despite what they think, despite what they want. Because you have ultimate universal sovereignty within your own body. You have your own autonomy. You have the rights to your free will. Welcome in, Sophia. Hope you're doing well. Good stuff. The table's open this evening, so I'm doing okay for the moment. I've been doing a lot of inner healing. I've been working with my raging teenager and my my codependent um, young adult, focusing on these abandonment wounds. Welcome in, Liz. Lisa, sorry. Empowering myself day to day. Alchemizing the bullshit. Yeah. Smoking a little bowl. But I'm using it in moderation. I figure I haven't smoked some in quite a while, so. I forgot I had a whole container of roaches that I've been kind of saving for the rainy day. So. And I figure I've taken some time off, and I've kind of enjoyed the sober kind of aspect, being able to feel my emotions and whatnot. And this last day or two, it's been nice to be able to kind of like heighten my senses. There's an angel card here for you, Sophie. I got you one too there, Lisa. Alright, Sophie, Archangel Gabriel, heal the child within. There are parts of yourself you had to abandon in your early years in order to survive, but now it is essential to reclaim all those parts in order to thrive. A child within you requires some tender, loving care at this time, so let them come to the surface and express all the needs to be shared. Hold them with compassion and give them radical healing, understanding, and love. Activation: I let healing and light touch all parts of myself. And Lisa, principalities. Spiritual study is essential. You are on a path of great learning. You have already gained so much understanding from your spiritual encounters and experiences, but in order to become the teacher you were born to be, More study is required. Take the time to dive into spiritual books and texts. Study them carefully, for they are here to help you understand fully some of the processes you have experienced naturally. Activation. I'm willing to learn in order to teach. I'm also picking up on the chakra meditation for this, because it helps you tap into your higher self as well. And I think it would be very wise for you to maybe tap into that there, Lisa. Welcome in, AOP. What's going on? Things are okay for the moment. It's all right, I guess. The voice of souls is speaking to you there, AOP. AOP. Ah, soon forgiveness. So there's definitely some sort of forgiveness on the horizon for you. 19 and the number 5 could be significant. Abundance. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the ex might come in and ask you for forgiveness, and it's only because you're very abundant right now, and Spirit's saying do not help this person. Okay, they do not respect you. They're just coming in and asking for forgiveness for what they did and kind of, you know, let bygones be bygones, because they want to put their dirty ass fucking hands in your pockets. We got soon, forgiveness, abundance, help in the reverse, free message from Spirit, and respect in the reverse. Message of guidance. Somebody's learning a lesson. Do not enable their bullshit. They're being taught a lesson. If you interfere in this lesson, it's gonna wreak on your happiness. Okay? And it's going to tie into some sort of love and a reunion. Okay? Messages for message of forgiveness. Spirit saying forgive to remove the pain from you. Okay? But Spirit's saying they don't love you. Okay? They're just sick and tired with the regrets. They want to release the regrets. And they want to look at something from a different perspective, but they're not being guided to do this. And Source is trying to put them into some sort of burden of tears, or Source is saying that they're going to put you into a burden of tears yet again. They already did that. They need to learn their lesson, and you need to stand on boundaries with that. Stop repressing yourself from moving on. By welcoming them back in, it's going to repress you. Yeah, don't tell her that shit. Don't even engage in that. Because the more you tell her about how good you're doing, the more they're going to try to get in it. Right? So, move on. If you stay focused, you're going to have full custody of the kid. Don't forget that. You need to focus. It's definitely evident that she just wants to get into your pocketbook. She doesn't want to love you. She might come in seeming like it, but that's not the case at all. Focus, focus, focus. Spirit, can you confirm this for me? For AOP. Yep. You are now forbidden fruit. Very non-committal. Sexual energy, tragedy. They're just lusting. Being very immature. Trying to tether back. Because you are finally disconnecting. And they're fuming with rage. It's either that or that's what they want you to do. They want you fuming with rage, either one. But you're not seeing the signs. Leave it in the past. They're infuriated that you're succeeding. Because I have a feeling you're doing better than you were when you were with her. And it's because they were siphoning off of you. Revenge. Retaliation, plotting, payback, punishment, getting even. Yeah, you got new love coming in anyway. Don't be giving up on love, because that's when you're going to find it. It's going to trigger the fuck out of you because you haven't healed. Spirit's going to bring somebody in that's literally your dream person, but you're going to have to you're going to have to choose yourself. Because you haven't healed yet. It's going to be the hardest test of your life, because it's either that or you're going to get swung back into the same fucking mess all over again. The divine is going to send you a karmic. And it's going to be difficult to keep it in your pants, I'll tell you that, dude. Yeah, but they didn't amount to anything. This one's going to come in and sweep you right off your feet. You're going to feel like a little girl. A little girl having her first love all over again. And you're still going to have to choose yourself. The divine's got jokes sometimes. But you have new love coming in, and it's going to be justice. And this isn't going to be toxic. But you need to heal. You need to stop neglecting that. That's the big message. Reflection. You're headed for a dark night of the soul over the winter time. Yeah, you're going to meet them in the springtime. Dark shadow facing inner truth, seeing true colors, dark night of the soul, reflection. You need to get rid of this toxic energy so that way this new love can come in. And that will ultimately be your justice. And this X is going to have to be, this X is going to just have to deal with the fact that you're moving on. And she ended up with a karmic. So she basically met her mirror. She basically met somebody that was just like her, but worse. So don't give up on love. You're tell me something. Soulmate? Tell me something. Is it soulmate? Ooh, okay. What about it? Yeah, you gotta drop your ego, dude. Yeah. Stop being in denial. Stop acting like a clown. Or face humiliation. Yeah, don't be focused on making a family. She's wanting to come in, spike your pocketbook, and have a little bit of a illusionistic love affair with you. She's reminiscing. And she's extremely toxic. And they feel humiliated that they screwed the family up. She wants you in denial about her playing with your heartstrings. The fact that you're having butterflies. About this situation. You're at the verge of feeling complete. If you heal, she's going to feel that. As you heal, she's going to feel that because she's your twin. She's not going to validate that she's stalking you on social media. But now is not the time to be going back into the past because she only wants revenge for doing better than her. Yeah, those 3 women were maybe a 4, maybe a 5. And you need at least an 8 or a 9 to be equally yoked. So, stop settling for less, which you're not really settling for less, which is good. Heal, dude. Take a couple hours out of every day and meditate that shit away. Okay? Inhale the good shit, exhale the bad shit. So do the fucking healing. Stop making excuses. It's really not that difficult. It's worth the healing. I guarantee you. It's so worth it. It's so worth the fucking cry. It's so worth the release. But she wants what you have. She doesn't want you. And that's the biggest takeaway on this. And as far as I'm concerned, she played you the whole relationship. Now she's obsessed with you because you fucked up. It's either a do or don't. There's no try. It's a do or you don't. If you don't get this new love. It's either that or you may have a chance with this new love, but you're gonna fuck it up because you're not gonna want it. And it's literally your match. Your match of matches. Yep. You're going to get them, and you're not going to be ready to commit. So, do the healing. Do or don't. There is no try. What's going on for Omar? What's going on for Omar? Okay, so you've been riding a roller coaster. You're not with that fuck shit, so you're getting off the roller coaster. You're having to look above some rumors and pettiness. People be doing some bullshit. But you're not running away from it. You're feeling complete as a person, despite it all. I think you're in your divine, you're moving into your divine energy, and people don't like that. They don't like the fact that you're cutting them off, but it's energetically, not necessarily physically or verbally. It's more or less energetically, and they're feeling that. So they're talking shit. They're trying to cause you injustice, Omar. But you're gonna get through this conflict, no problem. You're like sideswiping the conflict. You could be being protected. You didn't even ghost these people. You frequencied them out of your reality. Hopefully you're still here for the message. Yeah, you're stepping up into your divine energy. You are not entertaining love affairs, temptations, flirting, giving into pleasures, anything like that. You're focusing on your sacred energy, which is kind of cool. Are you still here, Mr. Maxwell? I guess not. Oh well, snoozy lose. I figured the chat would be a little bit more active tonight. Like, what's going on with everybody? I've got like 19 to 20 people kicking it with me. Are you all sleeping? Did you all fall asleep? Somebody out there is fuming at the fact that they're not protected by your cover anymore. And they're pissed off at the fact that you're not in rage over everything they did to you. But everything they did to you was met by your protection. Because you're covered. And because you disconnected from them, they lost the cover of protection. I'm speaking to a light worker, chosen one, earth angel, whoever you are. Somebody's fuming at the fact that everything that they've thrown at you doesn't even touch you anymore. Creating problems, thirsty for attention, overreacting, drama queen. Chasing, persisting, hunting down, resilient. Showing proof, validation, confirming, finding the truth. Meanings, repeated numbers, synchronicities. Mistress, flirting with others, the other woman, secret hookup. So there's some sort of side piece stalking you, wanting to cause drama. Thirsty for attention, overreacting, drama queen. Yeah, there's some here, there's some kind of dynamic here where you walked away. Somebody's completely done. You're moving on, ending cycles, lessons learned. You're coming full circle. You're not messing with this shit anymore. I don't know who this is for, but you could be getting a call, hearing from someone, conversation, talking. Somebody might want you to unblock them. There's some sort of love affair, keeping things inside, not opening up, illusions. They want to talk about it. This is something about, there's history, it happened before, left behind, and they're kind of reminiscing of the whole situation. I think they're done degrading you. They were degrading your appearance. They were shaming you, trying to humiliate you. And they were hexing. There was some sort of spell, negativity, evil eye, spiritual warfare of some sort. They can't do that anymore. And they're still in denial, still blind to the truth. But they know they can't run away from it. They can't run away from you. They can't. You're living rent-free in their fucking head. And the fact that you're literally haunting them for what they've done because you're divinely protected, you're covered. They want you to stop being so immature. Meanwhile, they're the ones acting out like a dumbass drama queen. Like, make it make sense. They're not ascending and they're pissed. They're being left behind. They're feeling like they're being left behind. And they feel this tether being cut. You could be hearing songs in your head, sending you music, trying to tether to you again, wanting to have another love affair. They want you to fall into temptation. They're coming in to flirt with you. They want you to give in to pleasure. They're going to come in and say, oh, it's only you, it's all soulmate, but they're toxic. Like, fuck off. They want to start a family. It's all just to get back with your spiritual protection so they don't have to endure the karma. But you're protected and they're livid. They're livid at the fact that you're protected. Because their magic ain't working. Their magic didn't hit you like it was supposed to. So part of that lividness, of them being livid, I find it funny because they're trying to come in and reconnect themselves so that way they can siphon off of you or they can attach something to you, whatever the case may be. Keep them the fuck out of your energy. Whoever that is for, keep them out. Rebuke it. Exercise it. Do what you need to do. I don't know who it's for. Hell, it could even be for me. But if this person was toxic before, they are not taking accountability for it. And they are livid at the fact that their magic ain't working. You should have been dead already. They were doing some fuck shit on you. But you just don't die. Because you're divinely guided, guarded, and protected, Earth Angel. Don't ever forget it. These dumbass idiots are gonna regret even coming for you. Because the angels ain't happy. Your ancestors aren't fucking happy. I tell you that right now. And they're not playing around anymore. The ancestors been turning in your fucking in their graves for years. No debate. Pursue happiness. Never apologize for what brings you joy. Only you understand where you truly belong and where you can find your safe space. So follow your bliss. And persevere. You have the powers within yourself to conquer any challenge and come out stronger on the other side. Trust in your resilience and your ability to persevere. Part of your magic, collective. Don't ever forget it. You are an engine of manifestation. It's coming. Hope is on the horizon. In the face of challenges, remember that nothing lasts forever. Trust that the universe has good things in store for you. And somebody wants to come in and fuck it up. But you're going to sideswipe that whole idea. You're going to clock it like you didn't even realize it. You're going to leave people shook with how resilient you are. I'm guided by spirit to say that. It's not coming from me. Yeah, somebody does not want you staying true to yourself. Because they can't compete where they don't compare. They want you to feel incomplete. So that way they feel better about themselves. But you have the spirit of love within you. And your life is an absolute gift at this point. The divine's been there protecting you, covering you. You're stepping into your authenticity, and they hate that. Right? You're part of life's source. And the divine is going to help you take the steps necessary to move forward. So that way there's no problems. So it's very, very predominantly important that you tap in and stay tapped in. Stay regulated. Anybody that comes in to dysregulate you, they're in for a fucking treat. Because you're divinely guided, guarded, and protected. And now, Because you've had to deal with so much sabotage and so many people fucking with your energy. Your ancestors have had it. The angels have had it. Okay, they're a bunch of stanky ass vampires thinking that they can get on with their life with your energy. It's absolutely disgusting and revolting. They want you to feel incomplete, but you are complete. Really? Really? My whole screen blacked out. Isn't that funny? Did you guys still hear me throughout that whole thing? Because somebody tried to hack into my emails again. Okay. So yeah, they're going to try to create problems where there is none. And the divine is going to guide you through this. So be open, okay? When life comes to a standstill, turn inward and focus on the joy and excitement. Your inner light keeps everything alive and moving. You're not meant to struggle and fight your way through. Drop the concerns of your ego and watch imaginary walls crumble away. You've already won. Being authentic attracts the right people and repels the wrong ones. When you stay true, you naturally filter out those who don't align with your path. Soon it will be a time to act. Your life is a gift, and this is why you need to act. Life is unfolding for you, so seize the day to make the most of every chance to be true to yourself and live life to the fullest. It's time to cut out all the noise. You don't have to know everything in advance. Take the first step and watch it all unfold. You can deal with whatever your path reveals. You are ready. You are complete. You are not broken. Nothing is wrong with you. Don't spend your life fixing problems that aren't there. Dwell in the beauty of your being. You are enough, now and always. Don't search for true love, for it will find you. If you just hold on to who you are. The world already loves your essence, so don't change it for anyone. Unless you're toxic. Then yes, please. Heal. The need for validation from others is an illusion. You are not responsible for how others perceive you, but it is your responsibility to stay true to yourself. It's coming. Hope is on the horizon in the face of challenges. Remember that nothing lasts forever. Trust that the universe has good things in store for you. You have the power within yourself to conquer any challenge and come out stronger on the other side. So trust in your resilience and your ability to persevere. And yes, never apologize for what brings you joy. Only you understand where you truly belong and where you can find your safe space. Follow your bliss. One of a kind. From the moment you emerged into this world, you had extraordinary talents. You understand starlight, animal voices, and all things magical. Don't give up. It's okay that things don't always feel easy and effortless. Some of the best moments in life happen during and after hard times. So keep believing. As shit's so chaotic, things are still going to be great. Good things are happening. And you just got to keep believing that. Might not be happening in the way you want them to, but you're going to meet a new friend. There's going to be a new friend come in the mix somewhere. and they're going to be very intuitive. It's going to be by intuitive nature that you meet each other to some degree. And I kind of feel that both of you are intuitive. It will require that. Vibrance is definitely a situation in the mix. I think both of you are very vibrant, if not the one that's coming in. There's definitely good luck with something that you are a master at. So if you're feeling a little bit out of place, go work with what you've mastered and offer it to the world and enjoy doing it. There's definitely something about prosperity when you focus on what you've mastered. There's definitely some sort of stability and prosperity regarding what you have mastered. Yep, this is definitely going to bring in abundance and prosperity. You need to protect your love right now of who you're sharing your love with, your love energy. Use discernment as to who you are showing compassion to. There's definitely going to be a message coming through. There's going to be a sign, synchronicity, a message about protection. So an authority figure, or quite possibly something along that line, could very well be significant. Yeah, there's definitely a message of freedom. You are being protected. It is going to be evident. It's going to be proven to you. You are gaining your nobility, your reputation back, as well as your independence. It's happening. Everything about you, Mario, is evil. Abundance and perseverance. So continue moving forward with whatever you're mastering, whatever you're focused on, whatever you're pulled, and whatever you're called to do. It's going to definitely bring abundance. Whatever you're working on, whatever you like to do, whatever you find joy in, persevere with that. Don't quit. Things may be going through a bit of a lull, but they are going to pick up. And also, there's definitely something with friendship. Focus on friendship at this time. And there's something about having friends, or having a friend that will hold you accountable, and vice versa. You hold them accountable, they hold you accountable, kind of situation. There very well could be a new friend to come in and do that for you. Somebody's very clever. You very well could be clever. You could very well be a very clever person, but a very good friend, very loyal. Whoever I'm speaking to. There's definitely something here about a community to help you find your pathway forward. There's definitely something here about a rebirth and good luck with this rebirth. Like it's going to bring you a lot of a lot of luck. Your wisdom brings self-reliance into the picture and into the frame, which is going to overall award you good luck just in itself for your self-reliance and wisdom. Okay? And this is also helping and assisting in your rebirth to ultimately become more vibrant. You are definitely a pathfinder within your community. You very well could have mystic ties. Okay? So there's definitely something about you, like that's kind of giving me gypsy energy. You could very well go around. And I think this is a collaboration with this new person, this new friend. There's a new friend or something that you're going to meet. It's going to be intuitively yoked, the same, equally yoked, intuitively. Yeah, it's time to go out and play. You're very magical, and you deserve happiness. You are a protector and a messenger. You're very smart about how you work magic, and you make a amazing partner. There's definitely going to be some sort of development in the next couple months, couple weeks, couple days is what I'm hearing. You are guarded during your adventure, so go be great. Go become part of your greatness. Don't shy away from your greatness. You have an adventure at the helm, and you are being guided, guarded, and protected during this adventure, so don't worry. Whatever this adventure is signifying to you, yeah, this intuitive friend may be helping you with a rebirth. Somebody could sing. Intuitive and prosperity. So you could very well, this person could be a singer, could also be intuitive, and want to work with you. Very vibrant individual. Taking action, infinite possibilities, patience, community, inventor, abundance, old soul, nobility, love, miracles, mastery, regeneration, independent, shaman, clever, assertive, protector, greatness, adventure, rebirth, visionary, magic, always prepared, wisdom, self-reliant, good luck, keeper of secrets, guardian. Yeah, I'm getting a good vibe from this. It's an energy that you can trust. That you can actually trust. They're not going to screw around. Do 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 do. There's somebody wants a reunion with you, don't do it. Yeah, they'll take you away from your glow up. They want part of your business. And they're feeling hopeless right now. They're feeling lost, depressed, wanting to off themselves, which is kind of ironic because they wanted you to off yourself. They get what they give. Yeah, you rip their mask off. And the thing is they wanted you shattered, but now they're shattered. They're having to go through the exact same feelings that they wanted for you. Yep. It's ripping off their psychopathic mask, right? They're not getting what they want. They're not allowed to be abusive to you anymore. They're not allowed to utilize their conniving, unpredictable energy in your energy anymore. And they're shattered. Yep. Because they didn't want to learn their lesson, and they're learning their lesson. They're having no other choice but to nurture them. And now they're coming, nurture themselves. And now they're coming in to ask you for help. Because you ripped their mask off. And I'm hearing from Spirit you did it very gracefully. Doing all right, King. How are you? Yeah, now they're stuck. They're stagnant. They're literally frozen. And they're not protected either. They don't get they don't get your protection. And this is why they're probably longing for a reunion. Because they know if they were in your energy that you could protect them. Because you're divinely guided, guarded, and protected. But they're not hopeful for coming in your energy. Because they know that they were a psychopath. They were very abusive. They were very conniving. They were acting like they weren't a third party, that they weren't a hater. But they didn't learn any lessons, and they were very karmic. You're very divine energy, whoever I'm speaking to. They want you to unblock them. Would you believe it? They want you to nurture them again. They figure now that you ripped their mask off and like literally shattered their ego, apparently now you're supposed to help them and mentor them back. Yeah, they don't want to do the healing. They'd rather go out and enjoy their nightlife and striptease and gamble and go to Vegas and all this other bullshit. But you're finding balance, peace, and happiness, and that's what they want. So they're not willing to do the work. They just want to have it. Right? Just follow your dreams, make up your mind, believe in yourself, and keep moving forward. You're doing the healing. You're getting the harmony. Yep. And they don't want you to be in the moment. They're not in the moment at all. They're not in a good vibe, and they're extremely toxic. Whoever this person is, they haven't changed a bit. And in fact, since you've been gone, I can breathe for the first time. It's so very long. So, like, very, very toxic individual they are. And you're finally free, collective. Ever since you've been gone, they haven't had anything successful, no new opportunities, feeling hopeless, shattered. Their whole total ego is ripped off. That's what they wanted for you. And now they're all in their emotions. They're stressed out, having migraines, worried at what karma's gonna do to them. Yeah, they can't breathe, let go. They can't even clear their. They're literally. You're literally rent free in their head right now, and they want you to drop boundaries, just so they can disrespect you again. You burned the bridge, and you burned it for a reason. Don't rebuild that bridge. If they want to rebuild that bridge, to walk across it, and put the effort in, that's fine. Don't you dare touch a hammer or a nail to do that. Let them build that bridge. If they wanted to burn that bridge, that's okay. You brought extra marshmallows. Yeah, you're not holding any resentment. You're not competing with them. There's no discontentment. You're just moving on, moving on. Like, yeah. And the thing is they're toxic. They don't want to face any type of legal problems. And I think they're getting caught up. Because they're not letting go of you. They're obsessed. And they're getting investigated. There's something going on. Something to do with court. They thought it was funny. Not anymore. Yeah, and they're gonna be trying to get at you and come at you with their tail between their legs, wanting to apologize. But they're arrogant, they're rash, they're insincere. So don't believe it. It's a fake apology. Don't even allow them in your energy. Like, if they show up, call the cops and just be like, get them out of here. Get them out of my face. Like, talk about breaching a no contact order? Yeah, no. Envy, resentful, competitive, discontent. They're envious of your glow up. They didn't want you having any new experiences, no new opportunities. They wanted you broke, busted, and disgusted. Shattered, hopeless, depressed, wanting to off yourself. And you alchemized all this shit. And because you alchemized it, you're raising your frequency, you're tapping the fuck out regarding them, and they feel that release. And they know now that you're not connected with them, they're not protected. So that's why they're longing to get back in your energy. Yeah, because they want you in isolation. They want you feeling rejected. They want you alone. They want you self-inflicted. They want you unstable. They think this is a big joke, playing this dumbass game. Coming in with a fake apology so they don't, and try to resolve things so they don't get caught up with a bunch of charges for harassment. Now it's considered as a hate crime. So they best tread lightly for doing that shit. Ultimately, they want you in isolation, and they're going to be the one in isolation. They're going to be the one rejected because you're standing on business. You're not letting them back in, collective. Don't. Unless you want to go through the same hell you just pulled yourself out of, but probably worse. Unless you want to go back into that shit again, keep them cut out of your life. Let them feel hopeless, because that's what they wanted for you. Let them feel lost and at a loss and stagnant and shattered and broken. Let them feel it. Let them feel it for what it is, because you know what? They weren't there. They weren't there when you were feeling it. They basically told you to get a life and kick rocks. but all of a sudden now you're supposed to show them compassion, you're supposed to nurture them. After they tried to bring you to a hopeless energy, after they tried to shatter you all over again, and trigger you into some sort of submission. Not happening. You did the healing, you brought yourself to some sort of harmony, and now they want you to unblock them. You ripped their mask off, you ripped apart their ego and shattered their ego. Just by you healing. Just by you showing up for yourself and having self-worth. Literally shattered them. Because they thought they had you, they thought they had it in the bag. They thought that they had you down so low, and they were getting off on that. They're sadistic. To emotionally and to mentally subdue someone such as that, very sadistic. And the fact that they were getting off on it is gross. It's even worse. Very dark, twisted shit. And they thought it was a joke. And they think it's a big, huge laughing matter. It's a big joke. They're thinking that, they're laughing at, they're thinking that the fact that they puppeteered you into an isolation to where you're feeling rejected by the world. Not realizing you're turning that into power, you're turning that into solitude. That you're turning that into healing, you're turning that into inner peace. You're taking advantage of that inner peace and that solitude and that so-called isolation. Even if it's the last thing you have, at least you have that. And Spirit's saying something along the lines as it's unshakable now. Because you embraced it. And they're finding out the hard way. Because they're having to go through absolutely everything that you're going through. They're literally being brought to their knees. And I do believe they're going to be repenting by the end of the year. Moving into January. And ultimately, they're going to be in for a rude awakening, whether they like it or not. And you won't have to lift a finger. And they should be petrified. Because all the sick shit that they did, they're going to have to face it. And depending on who we're talking about, okay, depending on your situation, there's certain people that are not going to make it. And it's going to reveal how much of a coward they actually are. The divine ain't playing anymore. You want to talk about a spiritual cleansing? You want to talk about Judgment Day? To a celestial degree. Shit's about to balance the fuck out. And the ones that did the healing are going to do the healing, and they're going to rise above it. The other ones, they're going to eventually cease to exist. So do the healing. Save your life. It's in your best interest. you, Spirit. Oh. I need to lay out. My back is kicking my ass. Yeah. Good things are coming in, collective. Good things are coming in. You just gotta keep moving. Just gotta keep moving forward. Nothing more, nothing less. Just stay focused on what you're good at, what you're happy about, what you're proud of, your accomplishments. Take time to recognize how far you've come and what you've overcome. Take the time to recognize that. Because the ones that did the work, it's going to be very abundant for you very soon. The ones that haven't, they're in for a rude awakening. Thinking that it's all just a joke, it's a bunch of woo-hoo. Yeah. That's why everybody and their brother's going through it right now. If it was not so much a woohoo, then there wouldn't be people going absolutely apeshit. Just so that's the way it is. This is a spiritual war. It's not a physical war. Yeah, there very well could be bombs and blowing up and all this bullshit around the world somewhere. Doing stupid bullshit, but that's being eradicated. That will be eventually a memory, a figment of the past. When we're moving into this new energy, it will no longer be socially acceptable. It won't be. It will definitely be a thing of the past. Now that we're moving into spiritual essence, we are having our gifts turn on, and tap in. Now that we are moving into the sixth sense of intuition, and it's coming online full tilt, the ones that have done the work, they're going to have access to it because they're balanced out. The ones that aren't doing the work are going to continue to not trust it. They're going to continue to tap out, and they're going to continue to just ignore it. And you're going to need that spiritual calling in order to keep you moving in the right direction and keep you aligned to the new frequency. And that's ultimately how Mother Earth and Mother Gaia will cut the chaff from the wheat through spirituality. And this doesn't count religion. It does not count religion. You have to integrate the spirituality of your mind and your heart and soul, your mind. You have to integrate that. And that is activating the kingdom within you. We both have access to heaven and hell, depending on what frequency we sit in. And there will be a point in time where the parallel or the paradigm between them, between heaven and hell, right now it's kind of overglossed with each other. And moving into the new earth, it's going to be very defined. So they are moving outside of each other. So it's all heaven or all hell. And whatever frequency you sit in is the frequency you get. If you want to go to the hells of damnation within yourself, then that's what's going to happen if you don't heal. If you don't raise your frequency, if you don't alchemize it, if you don't rise above it, no. There's literally no hope for you. And that's just the truth. In order to reach that heaven, you need to be there within yourself. And that requires healing. That requires forgiveness. That requires compassion. That requires dropping your ego, but also recognizing that you are one and the same, and you are a part of source creation. And you are living humanity as a version of yourself, of the version of source consciousness. You are part of the I am. And the thing is, as we raise our frequency, we won't have to be worrying about spiritual warfare anymore. We won't have to worry about abuse. We won't have to worry about any crazy ass pain. We won't have to worry about betrayals or lies or deception, because we'll all be sitting in our authenticity and our frequency of trust and love and truth. That's what the new earth is going to look like. It's going to feel like. So it's absolutely paramount that we work on ourselves, work on our inner healing. Because we are ultimately the saviors of our own world. But it starts within our own inner kingdom. Micro, macro. Right down to the smallest microcosm, to the largest macrocosm. A bunch of little itty-bitty tiny universes inside a much bigger universe. Just think of it for a second. Try to picture it. You, your whole self, your whole body is an absolute universe. And within you, there's another planetary systems and comets and stars and weird looking species with 3 heads and 7 eyes and different stuff. Maybe not that dramatic, but I think you get what I think you get what I'm talking about. Omar, you missed a reading. You might want to rewind. Sure, you can ask a question. Ask what's going on. Hey, you know what? If he's out there entertaining, he's out there spinning a sign for money. It's creative. It's creative. Don't. I may be biased, but move on. What about someone? What about this someone that you're talking about? Causing you injustice? Wanting you to feel that it's divine, but it's not. They secretly hate you. They want to go on vacation with you and use you as a distraction. They do not love you. They're coming in from a having fun, clubbing, risky, fun with friends kind of energy. They're trying to be in the present moment. Meanwhile, they're coming out of some really crazy shit. This is somebody from your past that caused you injustice. They very well could want to stay out of the justice system, and that's why they're coming in. Reminiscing. Yeah, this is definitely not somebody you want to have memories with. They just want you in your emotions. They're very unpredictable. They're very much in a clashing energy. And they want to anchor back to you. They're trying to hold it all together. They're trying to get a grip. And you are the most solid thing in their life. There's definitely a heaviness with this. They feel chained. Or they want you to feel they want you to feel chained. They're coming in making decisions for all the wrong reasons. But they're coming in like they're making the right decision coming back to you. They're coming in to say that they're not obsessed when they are. And they're just coming in to get revenge. They're going to act like they're a soulmate. But because of the experience, you're going to rip their mask off. Again, I'm going to come out here and just say, move on. When are you going to realize you deserve better than what you walked away from? Like, who walked away? Was it you or him? Hmm. Okay. S, are you still here? Yeah, I guess it wasn't what they wanted to hear, so it's okay. The thing is, this could have been a good relationship, but one of you went astray. One of you didn't have the other's best interest at heart. Artificially scarce, yeah. We're not meant to have 3 meals a day anyway. Not unless you're like... Unless you're like doing labor, unless you're like doing a lot of work, then yeah, it's probably good to have like 2 meals. 2 to 3 meals a day. Keep hydrated and yada yada yada. But fasting is a thing. It actually helps you heal the body. It's beneficial. You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Make some kale chips. I'll come hang out. All right, collective. It's about done time because I need sleep. So I'm going to do like a little bit of a cut of the cards here with these. Yeah. awakened sensuality, absorption, arousal. So there's definitely something here about you moving into the sacred center of yourself, of your inner kingdom, and stepping into your authenticity. That is what needs to be focused on. I just kind of intuitively asked, what should the collective focus on? And this is what it's saying. So it's basically confirming everything. Step into your sensuality, learning to love yourself again. Get into this awakened energy at your sacred center. And release suppression. Take off the mask. And step into your authenticity. Everybody wears a mask, right? Some people try to live a happy life, be in a happy energy, and they're literally falling apart inside. I don't feel that's being authentic, right? Because you're not being authentic to yourself and to your true feelings. You're just taking a pill and getting on with it, which doesn't work anymore. It's not going to work. It's not going to work going into the new earth. So it's up to us, collective. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. What's the last couple cards? Protection, adaptability, and leadership. You have come into your own power. Now is the time to take the lead of a situation and be strong. Using the power of intentions, be clear with your purpose and define where you're headed. The dragonfly is a symbol of light and change. It is reminding you to bring a bit more lightness and joy into your life in order to bring about the changes needed to reach your full potential. Approach things lightly. You are entering a phase where in order for you to be in alignment with your intentions and co-create your best life, you may have to be discerning and say no to many things that have been holding say no to many things that have been holding you back in the past. So you need to protect your energy in order to stay in alignment. So use your discernment. Basically everything I've basically said tonight. Somebody wants to come in and date. They want to hook up. But they're seeing someone and they want a one-night stand. The thing is they're seeing someone and they want to test the waters because they think that you might be their soulmate. But they're wondering if you learned any lessons. They're wondering if you actually ascended. And they're curious if you are preparing for your union, for a new union. But I get a feeling that they don't want you to ascend. They don't want you to leave them behind. I'm really picking up on the fact that you're the most grounded energy that they've ever had, and they don't like the fact that you're walking away. They don't like the fact that they're going to lose contact with you and your energy, just in itself. But Spirit's saying something about the fact that they did it to themselves. It's not your problem anymore. I'm getting that, and I'm getting also that there's one or two people that want to get back in your energy. The one is an absolute vampire and just wants your energy. And the other one's actually genuine. They want to actually get into some new timeline where they can step into some sort of new friendship with you, with a new understanding, a new perspective. I want to start over because it kind of started off a little weird. They're kind of embarrassed as to how it all started. Because had they known who they were actually talking to, they wouldn't have came at you the same way they come at everybody. Because you're like, whoever you are, you're a once-in-a-lifetime decision, once-in-a-lifetime energy. You're like a fucking unicorn. You're mystical. You're very rare individual. You're not like everybody else. You don't wear a mask. You're very authentic. And that in itself that in itself caught them off guard. They weren't expecting that, and that's why they're doing a double take. And they're like, "What?" They're like, "What the hell just happened?" But one good intention, and one like sadistic intention. You get the test to figure out which one it was. With your healing, you'll know. If you don't heal, you're not going to be able to figure it out. Because you will have needed to apply the lesson to get the blessing. And if you didn't apply the lesson, guess what you're not getting? The blessing. So it's totally up to you. And depending on how you work it, it'll either become the best day of your life or a rerun of another cycle. But understand, we've been just finishing out a 9-year cycle. Chances are we're going into another 9-year cycle. So if you want to be stuck in this rut again for another 9 years of the same repetitious shit, keep doing what you're doing. If you want to evolve and rise above it and step into a more sacred, peaceful, solid, grounded energy, take accountability for your shit. Do the healing that you need to do. And watch miracles unfold in your life. Everybody has free will. Everybody has choice. On that note, I'm going to end out the live. Thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. And I will catch you in the next one. If you can't be good at it, at least be good to yourself. So that way you can be good to others. Actually, I'm going to do the prayer first before we leave. Alrighty. I'm surprised I didn't do this in the beginning. Alright. O universal source, divine breath of creation, you who exist in the realm of pure vibration and subtle energy, may your sacred frequency be awakened within us, and may we embody the divine essence, allowing the kingdom to arise within our hearts and our souls. Let the divine will of the physical and spiritual merge realms in the cosmic divine pattern, microcosm to macrocosm, nourishing us with creative divine vitality and divine wisdom and life force. Divine energy of cosmic consciousness, please restore us of any misalignment and confusion that has been created against us. As we release what no longer serves us, let it release the blocks that hinder forward movement. What we release then releases us. Invoke our discernment and awareness to not be deceived and awaken our divine blueprint of destiny, giving us the synchronicity and signs to banish doubt, fog, and confusion. Protect our divine pathway and rescue us from illusion of separation from our divine purpose and soul family. In the name of the divine order of our inner sacred kingdom, match our outer experience, and may the creative spark be lit and protect us on our journey and guide us through divine intervention, now and forever. So it is. And on that note, have yourselves a merry little sleep. No, I'm not going to start singing Christmas carols. It's not time yet. Maybe we'll do a little Christmas carol sing-along after the solstice. We'll see. I'm just ending out the live now, Chris. You kind of missed out, but nice to see ya. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Sweet dreams, everybody, and when you get there, I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you so much for the donations, for the super chats and super stickers. It's all greatly appreciated. And it does help out the channel. And no, Linda, I'm not mocking you. I just watch your videos so much it kind of gets ingrained in my skull. So I thought it'd be funny. It's all kudos and props. So anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Ciao for now, brown cow. Catch you in the next one.